Всем доброго дня. Пожалуйста, занимаем первые места. Все двигаемся сюда. Выключаем мобильные телефоны, либо звук. Это минимально, что нужно сделать. Для информации, все вещи вы можете оставлять в гардеробе. Не надо сюда носить сумки, даже если у вас там миллионы. Там охрана, там видеонаблюдение, там волонтеры, там администрация. Ничего не пропадет. Не надо тащить в зал рюкзаки, сумки, пакеты и прочее. Пожалуйста, сориентируйтесь, оставьте все в гардеробной комнате. У вас судьба такая, двигаться со мной одновременно туда-сюда. Вот так.
Движение – это жизнь.
Прошу всех участников 7-го Международного Теософского конгресса зайти в зал. Для волонтеров, всех волонтеров пройти в зал, кроме одного волонтера на этаже. Ксения, телефон кто-то знает? Всех волонтеров в зал. Участники 7-го Международного Теософского конгресса, будьте добры пройти в зал. Все волонтеры проходят в зал, один волонтер остается на входе дежурный и один дежурный в гардеробе. Ксения, подойдите ко мне. Ксения, МОС-волонтер, куратор, подойдите в зал. Добрый день. Это не для прямого эфира. Скажу вам, вчера... Пожалуйста, вот сюда сядьте. хорошего настроения. Телефоны держим беззвучно. Стартуем. Максим, в чат, если можно, напиши переводчиком, что мы стартуем. Сейчас, секунду. Я сама. Добрый день, дорогие друзья. Мы рады вас...
Good day, dear friends. We are glad to welcome you to the second session of our Theosophical Congress in Moscow and Arbat Street, Воздвиженка Building 9, Auditorium Hall. Please applaud to everyone who's watching us right now live. Today we are continuing the exhibition of our book expedition, the exhibition of the rare publications of the secret doctrine, of course, the Blavatsky's medallion, her own property, is today with us in the auditorium hall. We will also have an art exhibition dedicated to Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. This is a child's art exhibition called I Dedicate. And don't forget that in our book exposition, you can also buy unique editions of Theatrical Chakra, the unique edition of all magazines dedicated to Theosophical Congress, Albatross, poetry that was published based on the conclusions of our last year's Congress. And today we're continuing the second day of Theosophical Congress dedicated to Secret Doctrine by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. The day is officially starting. This year we're streaming live our Congress. You can listen to it in English and Russian. The official interpreters of our Congress are 7 people, and they are glad to thank them for their hard work. Александра Бабко, Ксения Перцева, Сергей Насеткин, Полина Романчева, Милена Русинова, Татьяна Трубникова, and Tamara Kondratьева are working with us. Thank you all for your hard work. All of the presentations are interpreted and presented in 2 languages, Russian and English.
Открывает утреннюю сессию наш гость.
Our today's session is started by our dear guest from St. Petersburg, the professor of the High School of Fundamental Physics Research of Peter, the St. Great Petersburg Polytechnic University, Sergey Pavlovich Roshchupkin. Sergey Pavlovich was born in Ukraine. In 1977, he finished the faculty of the Theoretical Physics in the Moscow Polytechnic University. In 1983, he became a postgraduate at the Department of Theoretical Nuclear Physics of this institute. He worked at the Federal Nuclear Center of Russia, Sumy State University, the Institute of Applied Physics of the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, where he headed the Department of Quantum Electrodynamics of Strong Fields. Since 2015, he is a professor of the Department of Theoretical Physics of Peter's the Great St. Petersburg Polytechnic University. He is author and co-author of more than 230 scientific papers in the field of interaction of laser radiation with matter. In the 90s of the 20th century, he began to actively study the works of Blavatsky, Ririch, Andreev, Uspensky, Gurdjieff, Osho, and more. While working at the Sumy State University, he conducted a series of lectures dedicated to the secret doctrine. He speaks at conferences, publishes papers on the integration of modern quantum physics and esoteric ideas set forth in the works of Blavatsky. He has more than 10 articles published on this topic, among them quantum physics and esoteric principles, evolution of the solar system, forced and spontaneous accumulation of life, the seventh universal principle and its differentiation, fundamental laws of the world, and many other. He is an honored worker of science and technology, doctor of physical and mathematical sciences, professor, head of the International Theosophical Center, dedicated to Helena Blavatsky, Roshchupkin Sergey Pavlovich, Russia, St. Petersburg, and his presentation, Multiverse, Physics and Theosophy.
Работай, да? Дорогие коллеги,
Dear guests, dear friends,
на Теософском конгрессе
I'm very happy to greet you today at the Congress.
физикой.
I would like to talk about physics today,
Рассказать об открытиях,
about the discoveries in cosmology and about the problems from one side,
о проблемах квантовой физики.
about the problems of quantum physics,
С третьей стороны, показать,
and
что
also to show
учение, которое изложено в тайной доктрине,
that knowledge given in the secret doctrine, from my point of view, gives us a chance to go outside the borders of all sciences today. It's like the map that gives us the direction. This is the purpose of my report. First of all, I would like to speak about the well-known theory of the Big Bang,
примерно
the
14
theory
миллиардов
of singularity.
возникла
It's
наша
around the 14 milliards years ago when our universe appeared. This theory
Где-то в
was
середине 20
perfect,
появились новые
but in the middle of the 20th century, new data appeared, and they showed that the theory should be improved. There were some things to be improved. A lot of physicists tried to improve the theory. Well, first of all, it's Andreev. This is the main contribution, also Stravinsky and Alan Good. But there were a lot of more scientists. I would like to talk today about Andrei Linde. He worked in the Soviet Union, but in 90s he left to USA. So almost all his discoveries were made there.
Значит, смотрите. Значит, что это за теория? Они создали
So, what is this theory about?
инфляционной
They made a theory of inflation
вселенной. Что значит инфляционная
universe.
вселенная?
What is an inflationary model of universe?
Вот здесь есть кривая.
So, they think that there is a curve over here. Let me show you.
Большого взрыва,
This is the period of Big Bang,
сдувание пространства.
and then the space expands
10 минус 43 секунды до 10 минус 30.
10 in degree minus 43 to 10 in degree minus 37. These are very small numbers. The universe expanded a lot. The size of our universe is not 14 billion years, it's 92.
Это за счет раздувания пространства.
This is because the space expanded so quickly. This is how inflation ended.
Значит, вот здесь очень хорошо показано на слайде,
The slide shows us very well how things formed after the universe expanded. And the modern galaxies started their formations around 1 billion years ago, and the galaxies were more or less formed 5 million years ago. I'm talking about the galaxies. I would like to stress this. The last experiments showed that this is not like this.
Значит, по теории инфляционной вселенной на самом деле вот эта инфляционная
According to the theory of inflation, the expanding space
может происходить в разных точках
can happen in different points
многомерного пространства
of
первоначально.
this
И могут возникать
original space,
домины или
and different domains can appear, different mini universes. This is a very interesting conclusion of the modern physics, that a lot of different universes can be born, and a very huge universe can be born. All of these universes are connected to each other. The modern physics predicts that our space can contain a lot of different universes with different physical parameters.
Ребята, следующий слайд. И вот теперь несколько слов о новом телескопе Джеймс Уэбб.
Now I would like to tell you a few words about the new telescope of Webb, the largest space telescope with the largest mirror, that originally called New Generation Space Telescope. It made a very great discovery, and I would like to talk more about it.
Значит, было обнаружено 6, по крайней мере, галактик,
They discovered at least 6 different galaxies that were formed about 500 or 800 million years ago, and these galaxies contain the same number of stars that our Milky Way has.
совершенно непонятно. Это принципиально противоречит современной теории. Откуда они могли взяться?
This is very strange, and it contradicts to the modern theory, because we used to think that the galaxies were formed only around 5 billion years ago. So 5 billion years passed, and then the galaxies were formed. But here we can see different numbers, 500 to 800 million years. Today, the scientists try to find the options of explanation. And the most simple option that I would like to stress is that, of course, these galaxies could be born not of the matter, but they can just be manifested at once. Since 500 to 800 million years ago, they could appear from the subtle planes. The matter is formed on subtle planes, and then it is manifested. So this manifestation could be happening according to the law of Fibonacci. This is a very famous mathematician in the medieval, Fibonacci. And he has this number. The universe, like a living flower unfolding its petals, is increasing in size. This process is caused by incredibly small Fibonacci particles that belong to the etheric subplane of the physical plane. And we can see this number throw in nature, in the plants, and also in cosmos, in the galaxies. The universe isn't expanding, it is manifesting. From subtle planes, there is a manifestation according to the law of Fibonacci. Now we would like to talk about the limit of physical theories. There is the gravity of light and some other numbers. And you can see the formulas on slide. These are Planckovsky numbers, Planck scales. And this scale shows that this event is a scale one. And you can see the number 10 in degree minus 33, and then you can see time 10 in minus 43 seconds. So how universe formed? What happens before this time, before 10 in minus 43 degree? The quantum physics showed that the less are the sizes, the more is the fluctuation of objects. So fluctuation of energy is very, very large in these conditions. And in these sizes, our space stops to be even. It starts being discrete. It's like the ocean with the waves. So we don't know what's happening in this condition. We know that a lot of virtual particles are born and then die. So the modern physics cannot answer the question what's happening at that moment. And then Theosophy helps us, the secret knowledge that I'm going to speak about a bit later. Another important problem that appeared during the quantum physics in the 20th century. Before the quantum mechanics, we used to think that every material object has some certain parameters, for example, position in space, impulse, energy, the mass, and these parameters they belong to the object. We can measure the object. Of course, sometimes it's not very exact, but the scientists used to think that you can more or less measure everything exactly. When the quantum mechanics was formed, scientists realized that it is not possible to do. We always have some uncertainty about the particle's position in space and about its impulse. And the less of this uncertainty in spaces, the less is the uncertainty of impulse. This is the principal things, as Niels Bohr used to think. Niels Bohr is the father of quantum mechanics. I would like to say that Albert Einstein is also the father of quantum physics, because he has explained a lot of things like photo effect. So, Bohr used to think that physics can only be about things that can be measured. If the thing cannot be measured, it shouldn't be discussed. There is the Heisenberg's uncertainty, so then also there were some studies that showed that the internal parameters that we cannot measure, they do not exist. This is the Bell's formula. I don't want to speak a lot about these details. So all quantum physics talks that we cannot predict exactly the condition of the quantum object, only the possibility. And this is very important. Due to the fact that the quantum particle can be in different conditions with different percent of possibility, there was Everett, and he supposed that every new condition can be formed in a new universe. So he proposed the model of multiverse. This is a very interesting thought, and it was discussed in the literature, and you can find a lot of science fiction books about it. Albert Einstein did not agree with it. He said, God doesn't play games. I mean, it's not the possibility, it's already a definition. We just don't understand how to measure those things. And there was a discussion. Albert Einstein and Niels Bohr were friends. Although they had different points of view, they were friends, and their discussion was published. Albert Einstein, in 1935, wrote an article, "Can the quantum mechanical description of physical reality be considered complete?" The article described a thought experiment that was later called Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen paradox. And the aim of Einstein-Podolsky-Rosen experiment was to show that although quantum mechanics successfully predicts and explains the results of measurements, but it cannot be the last word in the physics and the microcosm. So if there are two objects and they're somehow connected, let's make the distance large so there is no more connection between those objects. And when I do something with object A, there is no change for the properties of system B. And now we can show that if two objects are connected to each other originally, and then they lose this connection because of the large distance, so we make the measurements of A system, and we see that system B automatically converts to the necessary condition. How can that be even possible? So if we say that it's possible, then the principle of cause is not followed. Tomorrow, if anyone is interested in this topic, I'm going to explain the details. So Einstein thought that quantum mechanics cannot describe all things that we know. And then it turned out that both Bohr and Einstein were right, but they also were wrong. So why? These three scientists starts from the 1920s. They start doing experiments with quantum entanglements. Two objects were connected to each other, then the distance between objects became very large. Then the scientists measured the condition of one object, and they have seen that the second object changed its condition accordingly. So these experiments confirmed the previous discussions, but scientists still couldn't understand why. And last year, the guys received Nobel Prize about this. This can be used in the theory of quantum information. As soon as we change the condition of the first object, the second one, just in a moment, changes his condition as well. How can that be explained? Previously, I have already explained that. Let me tell you now briefly about these things. All interactions about the elements of quantum objects can be explained by the exchange of virtual particles. Virtual particles can be quicker than light. That's why this quicker than speed of light interaction changes all the structure. But our devices cannot confirm this. That's why Bohr was right and Einstein was right. Actually, this law about the exchange of the virtual particles, it's fair for everything. We're now communicating and we are now exchanging the energetic fabric from our bodies. This is also the exchange that is quicker than speed of light. And you also know that two relatives, when one is sick or someone has died, then the other relative in a moment feels this change. And physicists now make these new inventions that the ancient civilizations have already known many, many years ago. Here we come closer to the ancient knowledge that was given in the secret doctrine. And I think that this knowledge gives us the direction where to move further. Elena Petrovna says that all events can be explained with 7 universe principles. The universe develops and then dies in cycles. And the law of the cycle is the most important law of the universe. Three first planes are not going to be explained, at least for our civilization. I don't know what's going to be further, but the three lower planes, a prototype plane, plane of creativity, plane of physical plane, we can say something about it, and we can make some conclusions, some physical events that are happening here during the formation of these lower four planes. Exactly here in the lower four planes, this global multi-universe is formed, but not in the physical sense. It's not like the bubbles in the vacuum, it's the more global system, because it's about the subtle planes, subtle worlds that the modern physics is only starting to look at. A very important question is how can we assess the time of life of every universe on the subtle planes. Actually, time, as I have previously told during the congresses, I have a separate report about the time. Time is a physical measurement that is connected to cycles with the frequency. And the second is defined as 10 billion periods. Period is the measure. It's the transition of conditions of atom. It's very stable unit. Time is actually as it is not eternal. In different systems, if you move relatively another object, the time can go in a different way. The atomic time of one object that is moving in space can be different from time on Earth. GPS systems that you have in your phones can help us to see the exact location of the object. Time goes differently on different planes. Every plane has its own time. But physics has some universal units that never change. And the theory of relativeness doesn't change the unit of time. It's always the same. There should be such a unit. I suppose that this unit in the global universe can be one Brahma day, and also its derivatives. Blavatsky says that our multiverse exists 100 years of Brahma. If we multiply it on the unit of one day of Brahma, we have 311 billion million years. I think that this number can be fair only for our fourth impulse of life, or the big circle that we go right now on the Earth. Maybe on the third circle of life, the unit is going to be different. And on the other planes, it can differ as well. This is a good question. I think that we should determine the life period of every universe in Brahma days. And there is another good question. What is one day of Brahma for every universe? Look. Фахат. It's a pre-light. It makes everything alive, and its ray gives 7 rays, and it forms the material world and the world of the mind. Fohat unites everything in itself. We have 4 planes, 4th, 5th, 6th plane. I have divided the 4th plane into 2 subplanes, although the division is actually in 7 units and then 1 more division in 7. So the global universe is formed on the 4th and the 5th planes. Then the second global system, you see the universe is a bit lower than the 3rd one, and then the 4th one. The 4th one is not only on the meta plane, but it is also on the 6th plane and partially on the 5th plane. So our 4th universe, we are here, and this is our small part. I'm going to show the rest further. Then the process of division of this universe takes place. And then the universe, all the universe disappear, and we are in pralaya condition. This system exists for 100 Brahma years. And a few words about the first global universe. Blavatsky speaks about the chains, and actually it's about our solar system. Blavatsky says that Mahapralaya is 100 Brahma years, and then the universe ends and converts to Mahapralaya. Then we can suppose that this system of the globes gives us a general scheme of how the universe is born, not only the planets, any objects that appear in the universe. You can see here the 4th plane, ray of Fohat, globe A1, then B1, and so further. The lower globe here has a larger density than the upper one. The spirit comes to matter, and then the matter goes to the spirit. And on the 2nd subplane of the 5th plane, everything ends. This is the plane of creativity and mind. So this is how I showed you how every globe gives birth to the next one, and this is the number of impulse of life, or big circle of life. There is 7 of them, 7 large circles on the globes. The second and the third global universe is born, and I would like to speak about the 4th. We are located in the 4th universe. The 4th global universe is born. You see the A3 planet. This is A3 global universe. It goes through the 7 impulse of life, then it dies, and it gives the impulse for life of A4 globe on the new subplane. You can see that A4 is lower. This impulse of energy gives you just the embryo of life. Then the Fohat should give some additional impulse. Differentiation of the rays gives an additional impulse, and a globe is created. Then this globe goes to B globe, which is 4. B4 globe was created by A4 globe, and simultaneously the energy comes from A4 globe, and so further and so forth. So we are now in the 4th universe, and we have the 4th impulse of life. We have already passed 3 circles of life. Now we are passing the 4th circle of life. And you can see the division for ether and physical. The ether plane is located above. Maybe that's why the physics says we can study only things on the physical plane. What is outside the physical plane, it's not serious. It cannot be measured by a device. But this scheme shows us that it's not like that. We should think about new physical devices. Maybe this device will be not only about physics, but it will also require the operator, a person that should be in a certain state in order to use the device. Maybe it's going to be the revolution in physics. I would like once again to stress that quantum physics appeared in the 20th century, and this led to the new field, a field that cannot be measured, but that influences a lot every one of us. I have already told you that any interactions can be explained by interaction of virtual particles. We cannot observe them, but they define all the physical parameters. The structure of every person is aura. It's like the structural egg. And our internal parameters define all the physics. You cannot run from it. The physicists just get used that they can explain things by elements of this world. Yes, you can build a house from bricks, but you cannot build a person out of bricks. This is defined by a subtle system, and Theosophy system is principally right. So, taking into consideration all the things that I told you, the physical vacuum that we know today, it's the ocean of virtual particles of energy. It's a collection of particles and energies of subtle subplanes and planes of beings, till the fourth plane, which is the most subtle. Second, the fundamental properties of elementary particles can be defined by the properties of more subtle subplanes of planes of being. Next, dark energy and dark matter that has a big problem today. This is a big challenge for today's physics. Can be manifestations of the properties of the etheric subplane of the physical plane. Physical vacuum is the subtle plane. The scientists are just afraid to say this aloud. They try to avoid it. They try to avoid Blavatsky. They are afraid of this theory as of the fire. And I don't understand this fear, because I was interested in these problems for a long time. So the scientists call this vacuum. Then the effect of the expansion of the physical universe, as well as the very early appearance of galaxies, may be associated with the effect of multiplying energy and matter from more subtle subplanes or planes of being, as the numbers of Fibonacci. This is how the plants grow. You have an impression that the space expands. Space expands a lot. And the last one, the multiverse, is a global system of universes on different planes and subplanes of existence. I congratulate you. We live in a wonderful world that we can study a lot and a lot. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Sergey Pavlovich, for your profound knowledge, in which the main fundamental aspects in the structure of the universe were touched upon. And this serious scientific approach that you have outlined today, it gives us a completely different approach to the scientific study of the works of Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. Thank you very much. Dear friends, we have our next speaker, Shakhmatova Elena Vasilyevna. please come to the stage.
Елена Васильевна родилась 10
Elena Vasilyevna was born in 1956 in Krasnoyarsk. In 1981, she entered the State Institute of Theatre Arts, Faculty of Theatre Studies. She specializes in theatre studies. In 1985, she graduated at School of GITIS, Faculty of Theatre Studies, Department of History of Foreign Theatre. She worked as a freelance correspondent for the newspaper Новый взгляд, Moskovskaya Pravda, senior researcher at the art theory sector of the Russian Institute of Cultural Studies in Moscow, associate professor of the Department of Cultural Studies and Management in Culture at the State University of Management, associate professor of the Department of Philosophy, head of the scientific department of the Russian Institute of Theatrical Art. Her research interests include culture and art of the Silver Age, dialogue of cultures of Russia and the East, theatre and art of the East, philosophical anthropology, philosophy of the religion, philosophy, culture, philosophy of art, esotericism, art and literature. Her total dissertation was written about the mythology of the East in the philosophical and esoteric context of the culture of the Silver Age. Elena Shakhmatova has published more than 60 scientific papers that have been published in leading peer-reviewed scientific journals and publications recommended by the Higher Attestation Commission of the Ministry of Science and Education of the Russian Federation. She is a member of the Union of Theatrical Figures of the Russian Federation, candidate of the art history, doctor of philosophy, associate professor, head of the scientific department of the Russian Institute of Theatrical Arts, GITIS, Russia, Moscow. Shakhmatova Elena Vasilyevna now will present her presentation on the influence of Blavatsky Theosophy on the culture and art of the Silver Age.
Елена Петровна Блаватская в 1875 году в Нью-Йорке организовала Theosophical.
Elena Petrovna Blavatsky organized the Theosophical Society in New York. As she was there, she was such an energetic organizer, and she knew a lot about teachings we are starting to make research into today. Actually, she was the one who gave the Western world a deep synthetic view of the preservation in the Eastern esotericism of the knowledge underlying the original ideas about the world characteristic of Indo-European consciousness. With how fragmentary ideas about Eastern philosophy at the West were combined into a single system that reveals the unity of the world's religious and spiritual culture. Blavatsky had a huge, not yet fully identified and appreciated influence on the European culture of the second half of the 19th century. In England, her influence extended to George Russell and William Butler Yeats. In France, she was visited by the assistants.
Так, пожалуйста, уже слайды. Так, Yeats. Дальше. Во Франции ее посещали...
In France, she was visited by the assistants of Dr. Shaku. Flammarion also visited her frequently.
Так, хорошо. Лей-Мари, издатель Revue Spirit, магнетизер...
Ley-Marie, the publisher of Revue Spirit, the magnetizer Yvette, a friend of Baron de Body, a famous author of works on parapsychological topics, and the occultist, the magnetizer Saint-Yves. France, Blavatsky organized the esoteric lodge ISIS, and there was a magazine, La Red Lotus, published. In ISIS, her attention was attracted by medical students Gérard Ancus, who soon took the pseudonym Papus, and in 1888 organized his own lodge, Hermé. Blavatsky herself felt the tragic inconsistency of her ideas with the materialistic worldview of the 19th century. She hoped for recognition of her ideas in 100 of years. The influence of Blavatsky affected the very spirit of the era, which tended to esotericism. In 1880, her travel notes from the caves and wilds of Hindustan appeared in the Russian press under the pseudonym of Radabai. Blavatsky's essays were a real revelation for the Russian reader. The first time in Russian in her popular presentation, The Foundations of Hinduism and Indian Philosophy became the property of wide cultural community. In figurative living language, she described the nature of India, its wildlife, the way of life of people and rulers, ancient customs and beliefs, noted some elements of the similarity of the folk cultures of India and Russia, suggesting the unity of the Proto-Aryan roots of Indo-European peoples. From the pages of her books, India appeared before readers, the cradle of human spirit, the beginning of the principles of philosophy, and the treasury of secret knowledge of antiquity. India is the ancestor of other nations, the birthplace of all lost arts and sciences of antiquity. To study India meant to go back in the footsteps of humanity to its origins. Blavatsky's books proved that the ancient Hindus, Egyptians, Chaldeans possessed extensive information in many areas of human knowledge and achieved especially striking results in the field of physiology and psychology. This knowledge constituted the secret doctrine and was transmitted to the adepts orally through rituals and mysteries. For India of the present and the future, H.P. Blavatsky has not died and will not die. Prince Ukhtomsky wrote he was seconded as the author-compiler to Tsarevich Nicholas' long trip to the East. In the chapter on India, he touched upon some details on the Theosophical Society in Madras, on the outskirts of Adyar and its founder. Uspensky, philosopher, authored the books The Fourth Dimension, Tertium Organum, Tarot Symbols, Rushes to India along the routes of Blavatsky. In November 1914, due to the outbreak of the First World War, after interrupting his long journey to the East, he returned to St. Petersburg and began to give lectures and stories about his travels, gathering thousands of audiences. Eugenia Herzig recalls how she and her sister eagerly reread Uspensky's travel essays and then invited him to their salon in Moscow in Krychetnikovsky Lane. He talked about his wanderings to India, for example, following the footsteps of the Book of Radabai in the south of the Blue Mountains, where the tribes of Toads live and the dwarfs of Kurumba live, possess magical powers. He showed their pictures, confirmed some of the wonderful facts told by the Russian writer. Russian society found India at the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries to be a promised land, a magnet that powerfully attracted its thoughts and aspirations.
Русской культуры. Николай Гумилев писал.
Nikolai Gumilov wrote, "Do you see a train station where you can buy a ticket to India of the spirit?" That these are the verses from The Lost Tramp. Konstantin Balmont, Ivan Bunin, Anton Chekhov visited India. Maximilian Voloshin was going to go to Indian food, giving this journey a religious meaning. After all, pilgrims went to the Holy Land on foot. From Paris, where he intended to get to know the whole European culture in its original source, and then discarding everything European and keeping only the human, go to study with other civilizations, search for truth to India and China. and not as a traveler but as pilgrim, on foot with a bag on his back, trying to penetrate the spirit of the unfamiliar entity, to take a walk to India where people and deities are together, Vladimir Khlebnikov dreamed. But Nicholas Roerich had to walk this path. His journey to India was predetermined by the fate of Russian culture at the turn of the century. The energy of the creative thought of Russian art gave Roerich strength to implement the return of the prodigal son home to the forefathers of his own culture. The Silver Age, following the Renaissance algorithm, turned to the pre-Christian Indo-Aryan roots of the Russian culture and found its ancestral home in the India of the spirit. Vladimir Solovyov, who had a great influence on the culture and art of the Silver Age, came to the conclusion that Plato's philosophy is essentially the same, only developed in the taste of the Hellenic genius. Christianity was based on the same thing, only with the addition of some historical facts. And finally, the new Western philosophy comes to the recognition of the same truth that 1,000 years ago were confessed on the banks of the Ganges. At the turn of the 19th-20th centuries, it was Indian philosophy through the widespread esoteric theosophical teachings that largely determines the worldview of cultural figures of unrealistic trends. Blavatsky came to the idea that the basis of all ancient religions is the same teaching of wisdom. She called India the birthplace of this teaching. Ancient Egyptians and Jews borrowed their knowledge from Buddhist missionaries. Mesopotamia, with its center in Babylon, turned out to be on the path of the great migration of peoples, and Babylonians became the first people to accept the ancient Indian wisdom. Blavatsky proclaimed Neoplatonists and Gnostics as the heirs of esoteric wisdom. She recognized the identity of the secret doctrines of magicians, pre-Vedic Buddhists, Hierophants, Egyptian thought, or Hermes, Chaldean Kabbalists, Jewish Nazarenes. In her secret doctrine, she gave the Western audience a broad idea of Western wisdom and suggested that esoteric religious knowledge, to one degree or another, is eventually confirmed by scientific discoveries. Blavatsky was looking for answers to the eternal questions of existence: how to achieve immortality, expand the sphere of human habitation to cosmic limits, overcoming death, and how to stand on a par with God, knowing the laws of nature and cosmic evolution. Her ideas turned out to be consonant with the time, experiencing systematic crisis, and was looking for answers to global questions of existence. The law of evolution, spiritual and material, expressed for man and reincarnation, was defined as the third component of the main foundations of Theosophy. Along with the first two ones, asserting the unity of all things, brotherhood, and the law of karma, the law of causes and consequences, in the spiritual as well as in the material world. For symbolists who approached their theory to the systems of Hindu philosophy, Blavatsky revealed a whole continent of ancient knowledge. Constantin Belmont wrote to his wife, "Do you remember how once on our first trip we wandered near the Charing Cross Hotel in London and accidentally stopped at the Theosophical store? I remember buying Blavatsky's The Voice of Silence at that time and taking a catalogue of theosophical books. These two little books, of which the second was a good guidebook, played a big role in my life. Beautiful as a jewel, the little book The Voice of Silence was the morning star of my inner flowering. It introduced me to the number of precious books with which I have spent so many joyful and enlightened hours in recent years." In Valery Brusov's historical essay, The Teachers of Teachers, the most ancient cultures of mankind and their relationship, the theosophical concept of anthropogenesis, about races alternately replacing each other, yellow, red, black, and white ones, is given. For the white race that exists today, others have experienced their heyday and death. Subsequent races will come in turn to replace those who have completed their evolutionary task. In total, the evolutionary cycle, according to the Theosophical concept, consists of 7 races, and its development is nearing completion because humanity at the turn of 19th and 20th centuries already represents the 5th race. Therefore, the end of the universe is just a few manvantaras away. The eschatology of the Bible and the death of legendary civilizations of Lemurs and Atlanteans were involuntarily projected onto the modern era, giving rise to a feeling of great disintegration among the esoterically enlightened elite. While from Lemuria there was a way to the Red Kremlin, this was the result of cosmic evolution seen by Valery Brusov in the current events. And here is the testimony of Sergey Solovyov, neighbor and schoolmate of the future writer Andrei Belly. The Bugaev apartment was saturated with the spirit of India. The whole family read Blavatsky. Bora initiated me into the mysteries of yogism and spiritualism, taught me to do magic tricks and produce Chinese shadows. The researcher of the literature of the Silver Age, Vladimir, points out the esotericism of this period as the main feature. Only this circumstance and nothing else explains the depth of the spiritual achievements of the Silver Age, which remained in our modern culture inexhaustible and unexplored thoroughly and, of course, unsurpassed. He notes, almost every significant point of the era tends to be to one or another form of mystical search. The block is Alexander Block is inspired by insights of Vladimir Solovyov. Andrei Belly reads the Upanishads in his early youth and later gives himself to anthroposophical studies and practice. Brusov and Gumilov studied treatises of European occultists. Voloshin is interested in Theosophy, Anthroposophy, and Bhagavad Gita. Vyacheslav Ivanov is attracted to esoteric knowledge of various kinds. Balmont is fond of Zen, Avesta, Lao Tzu, Hinduism, Buddhism, and Russian sectarianism. No matter how charmingly pretentious the ego-futurism of Igor Severianin and his friends at the Academy of Ego Poetry was, and he too received a creatively liberating impulse from the theosophy of Blavatsky more than from the poems of his teachers Fofanov and Lochvitskaya. The Secret Doctrine by Blavatsky was a reference book of the composer Alexander Scriabin. Boris Schlotzer, the Borat of Scriabin's second wife and philosopher, noted that it was from the winter 1907-1908 when the composer became interested in theosophy. Content and plot of his main work was defined, The Mysteries, as the history of human races. Moreover, as an artist, he assigned himself the role of a catalyst for the evolutionary process. His mystery was to become the final chord of the world drama, after which the day of universal ecstasy would come. Scriabin, according to Schlotzer, believed in the singleness, the uniqueness of universal ecstasy that he wanted, after which there would be no new cycle and Brahma would rest in himself. He dreamt that India would become the scene of his mystery, since the history of modern humanity began there and it should end there. Especially for this purpose, it was necessary to erect a temple on the shore of the lake, so that its dome would be reflected in the mirrored surface of the waters as the full sphere. The beginning of the mystery was to be announced by the ringing of bells, to the calls of which the participants of the mystery would gather. Scriabin thought of the action of the mystery solely as an esoteric act for the specially initiated ones. He wanted to open a special school for the training of adepts. He was going to conduct the orchestra himself. Moreover, he also wanted to involve both the orchestra and the choir in the universal sacred pantomime. Everything had to be in constant continuous motion. He would even have liked to deprive architecture of its inherent monumentality by inventing columns of light. The action of the mystery was to last for 7 days and unite in a single synthesis all possible sensations, all arts, and even living nature. Changing pillars of light permeate the temple, the scents of earth, incense, tropical trees and flowers, the colors of sunrise and sunset, burning torchlight, light touches and caresses, kneeling and kissing complement the overall picture. Taste sensations had to be included in this synthetic action through the sacrament of communion. During the performance of the mystery, each participant would have to relive his mystical memory, the entire history of the origin and development of mankind, with its horrors, wars, suffering, and deprivation, in order to be freed forever from the nightmare of civilization and dissolve in the common ecstasy of joy and exultation. Scriabin dreamt that he would be able to harmonize people and nature in the single synthesis. He wanted to attract tigers and snakes as participants. The fulfillment of the mystery, according to Scriabin, should have led to unprecedented events as a result through the birth of humanity. The present moment is one of the moments of dematerialization, he believed. The universe longs to reunite with the One, and the culminating aspiration of humanity must be filled by a mystery, a one-time and unique act, the last accomplishment. It would be universal death and a new life, a world cataclysm that destroys the physical plane. The eschatological concept of mystery presupposed in the end of the world, after all the creative values of the world Aeon were united, the last chord would complete the action, which should unite all mankind in a single spiritual impulse. This was how the idea of conciliarity, the union of various individuals as different shades of one, was to be embodied. The influence of H.P. Blavatsky spread to the Russian avant-garde. Thus, Michael Larionov, in the preface to the catalogue of the exhibition of iconographic originals in Lubki, 1913, quotes as the epigraph from the book of Radebay, making it clear to the viewer that he doesn't just expect folk and objects, but together with artists takes part in the action of detachment from temporary fetters, since from now on the value and task of the artistic work at the angle of time are not considered. The preface was intended for the advanced audience who had mastered at least Blavatsky's books. During the reign of Assyrian king Gamurab, an exhibition of Lubki of the 14th and 10th centuries, Russian, Chinese, Japanese, French, and others were arranged. They caused just the rise in the feelings of the order of the arts. That time was killed by the timeless and extra-spatial. The resulting sensation reigned as a self-sufficient infinity. In this infinity, Paul Cézanne may turn out to be contemporary of Ramses II and the creator of the scribe here, but Randai instead draw the blue sky of Aix-en-Provence. Time plays no role in determining the laws of what exists without its intervention. Art is immortal, so futurism can be transferred to Assyria or Babylon, and Assyria with the cult of goddess Astarte, teachings of Zarathustra, in what is called our time. Lubbock is perceived by the artists of the Silver Age as much more modern art than the painting of the wanderers in Russia. In Lubbock, there is a consideration of the subject from different sides and different points of view, which appeared in Europe by Picasso and Braque. Lubbock simultaneously demonstrates the impression that can be obtained by bypassing the object with the eye. This primitive consideration of the object from different points of view and its representation on the plane destroys the principle of direct perspective that has been established since the Renaissance. Kazimir Malevich's suprematism was also connected with the esoteric surges of the era. The name of exhibition 0.10, where the black square was first presented, is the reflection on the unity of the universe and deity. From the non-existent zero, being is born, the cosmos, which which can be described with the help of 10 digits. The iconographic reflection of this idea is the black square, the deity of the new cosmic era, which realized its unity at the macro and micro levels. This is the creativity of the intuitive mind, the face of the new art. The square is alive, royal baby. The number 4 is also sacred to the Pythagoreans. It's a perfect square, each side of which is absolutely identical to the rest ones. It's an emblem of divine balance expressed geometrically. All the forces and great symphonies of physical and spiritual nature are inscribed in the perfect square, and the non-predicate name of the one whose name would have remained unpronounceable was replaced by the sacred number 4, the most binding in the oath of the ancient mystics, Tetractys. Elena Blavatsky notes in her work The Isis Unveiled. Pythagoras, according to her, was initiated into all the mysteries of the ancients, spent over 20 years in the sanctuaries of Egyptian temples associated with the magicians of Babylon, and received instructions from them in ancient knowledge. The key to Pythagorean dogmas is the general formula of unity in multiplicity, the one passing into the many and emanating the many. Elena Blavatsky writes, "This is the ancient doctrine of emanation expressed in a few words. Everything is from him and through him and in him," emphasis added by me. Blavatsky proves that this is a purely Indian and Brahmanian teaching. The mystical decade 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 makes 10 is an expression of this idea. 1 is God, 2 is matter, 3 is a combination of a monad and a duad. 1 and 2, bearing the nature of both, representing the phenomenal world. Tetrad, or form of perfection, expresses the emptiness of all. And decade, or the sum of all, includes the entire cosmos. The universe is a combination of thousands of elements, and yet it's an expression of the single spirit, chaos for the senses and cosmos for the mind. This whole combination of numbers expressing the idea of creation is Indian. The combination of the first 4 numbers gives us octave. The ratio of the number of vibrations is 2 to 1, a fifth 3 to 2, and a quart 1 to 3, and reflects the harmony of the world, the music of the spheres. Today is the day of freedom, which is conceivable only at the dawn of the great eras. Another art reformer, Vasily Kandinsky, says, "The only criterion for the artist's creativity is the divine essence that connects him with the world. All means are holy if they are intrinsically necessary. All means are sinful if they don't come from the source of internal necessity," he believes. Ideas of Vasily Kandinsky, who came to the complete rejection of form in the visual arts, also largely comes from Theosophy. In his book on the spiritual in art, 1910, he defines anthroposophy of Steiner and his Theosophy of H. Blavatsky as the fact of great spiritual movement. Abstractionism of Vasily Kandinsky proceeds from the idea of painting as pure art that serve the divine. For him, painting is a composition based on harmony in the court of colorful and pictorial forms that independently exist as such, which are caused by internal necessity and constitute a whole in the common life that has arisen in the way. The whole is, first of all, the artist's intuitive achievement of being one with the universe. Kandinsky's creative method resembles the traditions of Deo masters who listen to the rhyme of the universe. The last abstract expression in every art is number. He comes to this conclusion, unexpectedly approaching the great numerator Khlebnikov. Vladimir Khlebnikov put forward the idea of the new human community, the state of time, and worked persistently on its fundamental laws. The poet was sure that humanity should realize its unity and make gradual surrender to power to the starry sky. History, in his opinion, is an exact science. as exact as science, is as exact science as mathematics. Based on calculations according to the Brahmin calendar, believed that time had already begun to count the new kalpa on the 25th of December of the new style of 1915. In his approach to the study of history, Khlebnikov proceeded from the assumption that the cyclical nature of time, was well aware of the ancient Indian doctrine of reincarnation and the repetition of history that influenced other philosophical systems of the Far East. At the university, he studied Sanskrit and exact sciences. In his mathematical predilections, operating with numbers, images, he approached the ancient Indian and ancient Chinese tradition of honoring numbers as the basis of the universe. A significant role in the formation of mystical poetics of Khlebnikov was also played by the works of Blavatsky, especially the Secret Doctrine, which described cosmic evolution and revealed the numerical code of the universe. The laws of time keep him restless, and he creates a unified scientific and scientific teaching about time. Time, in his understanding, is not a historical category where each event has a specific point on the axis of space-time coordinates. As time is multidimensional and contains all the events of the present, past, and future simultaneously. Time, according to Blavatsky, is only an illusion created by successive alternations of our states of consciousness throughout our journey onto eternity, and it doesn't exist but rests in the dream where there is no consciousness in which an illusion can arise. Present is only a mathematical line separating that part of eternal duration, what we call the future, from the part what we call the past. The clairvoyant is able to adjust his inner self to the perception of the world soul, a universal intermediary who records everything that happens in the world on the substance of atoms and see vivid pictures associated with the history of something. If a person is able to see the past, then in the same way he can penetrate into the future. According to Kabbalists, the future exists in the astral in the form of an embryo or germ, just as the present existed as the germ in the past. The person is free in his actions, but the way of his actions remains unchanged. And according to the principle of musical harmony or mathematical correspondences, which is the same, it's possible to predict an event with confidence. The artist, at the level of his subconscious eye, which is not, is able to sense from where the wind of the gods of the world blows. I wrote the shifters in pure unreason, notes Khlebnikov, and only experienced its lines. The rank is called with the sword on his back. The poem was written on the eve of the First World War in 1912. And feeling how they later became emptiness fell, but the temper is thin, and the spirit of the raven pulls. I understood them as reflected rays of the future thrown by some conscious eye into reasonable sky, the belts cut from the shadow of fate, and the spirit entangled in them remain until the future becomes the present, when the waters of future where the mind bathed dried up and the bottom remained. Khlebnikov himself was amazed to the depth of his soul when he realized in 1917 to which state in his dialogue Teacher and Pupil, written in the same 12th year, he predicted the collapse. I conjure the artists of future, he wrote, to keep accurate records of the rising and setting of the stars of their spirit. Khlebnikov decided to express his intuitive premonitions with the help of the language that doesn't allow double reading, the language of exact numbers. Numbers are the secret script of ancient civilizations, a cipher that is yet to be solved by future generations. Numerical regularities established by Khlebnikov correspond to the secret doctrine of the ancients. Pythagoras, whom Khlebnikov called his follower, from the future to the past, proceeded from the idea of number as the basis of everything that exists. We find him to the single principle underlying all phenomena in the poem Numbers. Khlebnikov, who checked harmony with algebra, knew how to extract the root from negative units of time. The square root of -1 is Gust. The shadow spirit evoked at the scenes, people minus physical body in Blavatsky's terminology. I knew, he writes in the Mysteries Theosophical, that square root from -1 is not less substantial than 1, that when there are 1, 2, 3, 4, there are -2, 1, -1, -3, and square root from -1, -2, -3. There is one person and another natural series of numbers of people. There, of course, are both square root from people from -2 people from -3 people, etc. This mathematical awareness of the existence of a parallel world arose in Khlebnikov under the influence of numerous occult currents so popular in the Silver Age. Blavatsky considered the phenomena of spiritism as a legacy of ancient magic. Castes existed before the advent of modern spiritualism, and phenomena similar to ours occurred in all previous centuries, she wrote in Isis Unveiled. The discovery of the East and the testimonies of numerous travelers about miracles performed by Brahmins, yogis, dervishes, lamas, which couldn't be explained from the point of view of materialism, led to the fact that official European science diligently suppressed such facts, and those scientists who still tried to talk about the objectivity of such phenomena were ostracized by the scientific community. Following the recognition of those phenomena, it was necessary to recognize the existence of God, to whom European society, through the mouth of Nietzsche, pronounced the death sentence. Inexplicable phenomena laying beyond reality, given in experience, demonstrated the tangible existence of the spiritual universe. Blavatsky's influence affected the appeal of the culture and art of the Silver Age to irrational and mystical beginning, which allowed us to open the inner universe of the man and look into the depth of the psyche inaccessible to reason. Thank you for your attention.
Elena Vasilyevna, thank you so much for your thorough proof of the idea that the works of Helena Petrovna had a significant influence on the formation and the cognition of the world. And of course, this represents the cultural and creative sides of people, of the art community, because it's the great painters and artists who are here to convey the great ideas and to make us go forward. And studying the secret doctrine will, in the future, allow everyone to discover the inner universe. So thank you so much for your presentation. And our next speaker is Kishore Ongole, Theosophical Society of India, Guntur. The Voice of Silence by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky is the name of his presentation. Fanikishiri Venkatarama Ongole was born in Chennai, South India. He was educated at the Nagarjuna University. He is Bachelor of Commerce. A banker by profession, he has been working in Angola as a manager at the State Bank of India. He is member of the Sri Krishna Theosophical Society in Guntur since 2009. He regularly publishes his articles on theosophy in the monthly magazine, published in India from April of 2020. Kishore Ongole has delivered more than 19 lectures on the Secret Doctrine in Telugu, his native language, via Skype from November 2020 to March 2021, the COVID years. So please welcome Kishore Ongole with his presentation called The Voice of Silence by Helena Petrovna Blavatsky.
Namaste to all. Am I audible to you? Am I audible to you?
Yes, we can hear you. Go on.
Thank you. Today we are talking about The Voice of Silence by Madam H.P. Blavatsky. The voice of silence is the language of the future. In future, there will be only silent language, that is love. Slides, please. Slides will be coming now. We are here showing some future, some great personalities who lived their life only silence. Ramana Maharshi, Here, Mabel Collins is telling, to hear the voice of silence is to understand that from within comes the only true guidance. So silence is most powerful speech and is always powerful than everything. Speech is always less powerful than silence. So that is said by Ramana Maharshi. Here are some great personalities who lived their life only silence. Some people will not talk, some masters, Meher Baba, Mother Meera, and that is the photo of Dakshinamurti according to our Vedic sciences, Vedic wisdom. He never talks, he only gives directions silently. According to Vedic ancient wisdom, there is a saying, Mauna Vyakya Prakatita Brahma. That means the voice of silence manifests Brahman. How it is possible? You have to experience it by being silent at least 10 hours a day. Ano Badra Kratavo Vayantu Vishwataha. This is a line from Rigveda 189. Let noble thoughts come to me from all directions. If you practice silence, you will get number of thoughts from all over the world. These thoughts you will receive if you practice the real dynamic silence. And if you emanate these thoughts silently, it will reach millions of people at a time. Because, you know, the thought forms, the ether, the power of ether, the power of sky. While you are meditating, you will receive n number of noble thoughts. The voice of silence tells us about two paths. One is liberation, and the second one is renunciation. Liberation, you will be liberated from your karmic bonds. You will not be entangled with any relations. There can be a dynamic relation between you and the society. You will not be attached to any people. Renunciation is you will detachment, dynamic detachment. Here at the voice of silence, it is said as avidya. The name of the first hall is ignorance. We are all ignorant. We don't know anything. We are all students of wisdom. We want to enter into hall of ignorance. The name of the first hall is ignorance, avidya. Avidya is a Sanskrit term that literally means non-knowledge, but is generally translated as ignorance. Remove the prefix a and it becomes vidya. Avidya, if you remove a, it becomes vidya. Vidya is knowledge. Knowledge is wisdom. Wisdom with intelligence. Wisdom with intuition. Wisdom with divinity, which means wisdom or sacred knowledge. Sacred knowledge, the secret doctrine, the sacred knowledge, which is given to the mystics and occultists only. It is the hall of probationary learning. We are all together on this planet to learn. The name of the hall, the second one is Hall of Learning. We are all learners. It is the hall of probationary learning. We are all together on this planet to learn. And those who wish to travel more speedily do not wait to be tested. The name of the third hall is wisdom, the hall beyond which stretch the shoreless waters of Akshara, the indestructible fount of omniscience. The hall of wisdom is a metaphor for the higher mental plane, beyond which stretch the shoreless waters of Akshara, which according to the glossary is the region of spiritual consciousness beyond which there is no longer danger for those who have succeeded in reaching it. This is the Hall of Wisdom. The Book of Golden Precepts. The following pages are derived from the Book of the Golden Precepts, one of the works put into the hands of mystic students in the East. The knowledge of them is obligatory in that school, compulsory, the teachings of which are accepted by many theosophies. Therefore, as I know many of these precepts by heart, the work of translating has been relatively an easy task for me. This is being said by Madam Blavatsky. Fragment 1, called The Voice of Silence, points out the way, the method by which an aspirant may begin to prepare himself for the meditation and discipleship. Fragment 2, called The Two Paths, shows the importance of study, purification of the lower vehicles, and devotion in obtaining wisdom, and the choice between two paths. Fragment 3, called The Seven Portals, reveals 7 keys which open into a life of responsibility and service, which it is said will eventually lead the disciple into union with his higher or inner self. Next slide. The 7 sounds. Sound 1 is the nightingale. You have to be very clear and listen the sounds of the nature. The first is like the nightingale's sweet voice chanting a song of parting to its male. I see the bird as representing the soul, the song of parting being the apparent parting of the soul from its sources. I was reminded of the song Morning Has Broken, in which the blackbird has spoken like the first word, so is linked with the beginning of a new Manvantara. In fragment 3 of The Voice of the Silence, HBB writes of the nightingale of hope, which would fit in well with the birth of a new universe. Sound number 2. Next slide, please. This is the second comes as the sound of a silver symbol of the Dhyanis, awakening the twinkling stars. The sound appears to tell of the birth of the cosmos. Brahma played nada, potential vibration, on his cymbals. It was from this that the universe arose. The symbol also stresses duality, as there have to be two parts brought together to make the sounds, just like this. Whether it be a large orchestral symbol or a small Indian one, but at least the Indian symbol has two parts joined permanently together. The team Dhyanis or Dhyani Chauhans means literally the lords of meditation, and they correspond with the higher angels and archangels. Next slide, please. Sound number 3. It is the sound of the conch. The next is the plaint melodious of ocean sprite imprisoned in its shell. If you keep the shell here, you can listen the voice of ocean. This suggests very much the imprisonment of spirit in matter. It is a sad song because not only is it imprisoned, but no one seems to know it is there. The ocean could be the sea of thought that surrounds us. The shell suggests our spiral outward growth from the center out to the most material. Now we need to take the return journey back to the center. Fourth, and this is followed by the chant of the Veena. In fragment 3 of The Voice of Silence, HPB tells us that disciples may be likened to the strings of the soul echoing veena, mankind to its sounding board. This suggests that the chant of the veena would be a joint effort between the higher and the lower self, which could be seen as representing the Antakarana, the rainbow bridge, the Antakarana, bridging of Antakarana. Next, sound 5. We are also reminded of the duality of mankind, as the sounding board is actually two separate gourd-like resonators. The veena is linked with Brahma's consort Saraswati, the goddess of all knowledge. She plays the veena to show the intellectual learning needs to be tempted by higher feelings. It will be of no surprise to learn that most veenas have 7 strings, 4 of which are played, the other 3 kept for rhythm and a drone accompaniment. Number 5 sound, flute. The fifth-like sound of a bamboo flute shrills in thine ear. The shrill melody of the flute is surely a wake-up call. Here may be a reference to our inner non-physical ear, whereby we receive intimations of what we should be striving towards. In India, the bamboo flute. The bansuri is the poor man's instrument, as it is so simple, the message is simple. The preserver of the world, Vishnu, in his incarnation as Krishna, plays the flute, whose melody symbolizes self-realization. Sound number 6. It changes next into a trumpet blast. The trumpet blast is a glorious, brilliant fanfare announcing the imminent arrival of the liberated soul. Sound number 7. The last vibrates like the dull rumbling of a thundercloud. The 7th swallows all the other sounds. They die and then are heard no more. The dull rumbling vibration suggests the continuous process of creation, preservation, and destruction, symbolized by the Nataraja, the dance of Shiva. All the other sounds are reliant on vibration. If the thunder ended, that would be the end of manifestation. Buddha likened the eternal laws of the universe to the rhythm of the drum. He spoke of the drum of immortality. Seven virtues: Dana, Shila, Shanti, Virag, Virya, Dhyana, and Prajna. These are 7 virtues. 7 characters which we have to build for the improvement of our intuition and intelligence towards divine. Finally, Madam Blavatsky says that the mind is everything. The mind is the slayer of the real. Let the disciples slay the slayer. So mind is to be controlled and tamed. So mind is the slayer of the real. Let the disciples slay the slayer, as said by Madam Blavatsky. The Voice of Silence is such a wonderful book. It has to be understood by all. Thank you. Namaste.
Господин Кишоре, большое спасибо.
Mr. Kishore, thank you so much. You have identified the stages of the path of comprehending your silence, which is the true self, or the higher self in a person. And it's remarkable that you confirm in your research what Elena Petrovna Blavatsky has already given us in the secret doctrine, and you refer to her to your work. So we wish you and all of us to study diligently and someday master these skills. Thank you very much. Dear friends, we invite our next speaker. And remember that we have a 20-minute reglement. Chernov Vladimir Anatolievich, Doctor of Economics, Professor of the Department of Finance and Credit of the Federal State Educational Institution of Higher Education, National Research of Nizhny Novgorod State University, named after Lobachevsky, Russian Nizhny Novgorod. Chernov Vladimir Anatolievich was born in 1962 in Chelyabinsk, and 1991 he graduated from the finance faculty of the Moscow Commercial Institute. His dissertations include the mathematical interpretation of credit risk, the methods and models of analytics and management. He is an author of 311 scientific papers, monographs, textbooks in the financial sphere, articles in scientific journals, and he has participated in more than 80 scientific and practical conferences. Vladimir Anatolievich is the laureate of the Best Book of 2019, the Best Teacher of 2017, winner of the nomination Scientist of the Year 2017, winner in the competition of articles on the 5th International Scientific Conference. The first place of the international competition of initiative research projects. 35 years of studying the works of the relic family, Blavatsky Synod, and many others, who have all made the basis of his worldview and mythological approach to the science. Chernov Vladimir, Doctor of Economics, Professor, Russia, Nizhny Novgorod. He will now present his presentation on contradictions and synthesis of scientific and religious consciousness.
Дорогие братья и сестры, вашему вниманию.
Dear brothers and sisters, I would like to talk about contradictions of scientific and religious consciousness. The philosophical and ethical teaching of living ethics, combining the best social, cultural traditions and spiritual values of the multi-confessional society, is able to compensate for the loss of the state ideology and its moral basis that occurred after the USSR collapsed. Since then, religious trends based on faith have begun to play a significant role in society. Traditional Russian religions serve to develop the society's spirituality, preserve traditional moral foundations, put a barrier to the demoralization of society, moral and cultural degradation of the population. They contribute to patriotic education, provide spiritual, moral, humanitarian support to the defenders of the fatherland in the geopolitical military confrontation, which prevents the revival of fascism. Unlike religion, science, another traditional field of public thought, does not simply believe the truth or falsity of ideas, but requires scientific justification, argumentation, evidence, use of research, technical means, measurements, gnoseological and epistemological approaches, or other kind of confirmation of scientific knowledge and results. Religion. Today we have such an example. One of the speakers said that science doesn't like virtual things because they cannot measure them with the devices, so they do not consider them to be scientific facts. Religion, unlike science, relying on faith, follows ideas not recognized by scientific facts and evidence. Does this mean that science should consider religious dogmas false and the Church should consider science inferior? We are dealing with religious and scientific consciousness. These contradictions between them often lead to conclusions about the mutual exclusion of religious and scientific statements. Still, there are areas of teaching that combine science, philosophy, and religion. They include proponents of unifying science and religion, as it has been before, as science and education were not separated from the Church. In Russian history, with the adoption of orthodoxy, the Church became the head of education for 8 centuries. As the Church is becoming a significant public institution that unites and strengthens the state, the question arises of the relationship between science and the Church and the science, since religious teachings do not have scientific evidence. Religion operates with faith, while science operates with knowledge. The objective of the research is to consider the contradictions between faith and knowledge and resolve in coexistence of science and religion. Global events of the recent decades clearly demonstrate the need of synthesis in the activities of mankind. Only where the synthesis is achieved, creative processes take place in the world and harmony is found. On the contrary, deliberate generation and aggravation of contradictions reproduced and strengthened antagonism in political, interreligious, interethnic, intranational, intersex, cultural, social, economic, legal, ideological interactions of people, intensified discord, hotbeds of tension have become an instrument of latent technologies of informational wars that spread aggression and destroy human foundations, lead to demoralization according to the notorious principle of divide and conquer. All this leads to destruction of nations, chaos, terrorism, incessant and interethnic wars, revival of fascism, and misery of population. There is a publication describing the chaos theory as ideological weapon in the struggle for the domination of the transnational capital over national sovereignty and interests. I would like to stress that this transnational capital is about that nationality doesn't play any role, and still we understand that all nations are equal. But here, the equality of nations still is accompanied by the capital on its first place. So the capital and its owners become the wealthiest. They put their interests in the first place. They put their interests in the first place over the nationality. So there is the difference here between the nationalities. The most important thing here is to become rich. And this richness is more important than nationality here. Theological science comprises some fundamental principles of judgments and justifications. At the same time, it is well known that in search of truth, professor and PhD in theology belonging to one of the religious denominations cannot allow his conclusions to be inconsistent with the authoritative religious primary source, Holy Scriptures, and their interpretations relating to his denomination. Without any doubt, it is vital and interesting to study the Word of God with each page touching upon and solving the most acute questions of the human soul. But can this knowledge be considered completely scientific? Einstein once asked a Catholic priest, "How would you react if science irrefutably refutes any Christian dogma?" The prelate replied, "I will wait until scientists find an error in their proof." It follows from this statement the priest's answer is not based on arguments and evidence of scientific research, but on his unshakable faith in the Holy Scriptures, in their authoritative theological interpretation, and in this case only of the Christian denomination. Such faith is not subject to condemnation. It is a matter of freedom of conscience. But it is here that a religious consciousness based on faith needs to be distinguished from a scientific consciousness operating with scientific evidence, justifications, arguments, and facts, whereas where an appeal to authority is not a scientific approach. That's the difference. Science doesn't have this authority approach. In historical times, when education and science belonged to the Church, a deviation from the Church canons was considered heresy, and an adherent of such deviation was considered heretic. Heretics were persecuted from time to time and sometimes executed. The claims of heretics turned out to be false in many cases, but not always. Sometimes heretics included the greatest scientists of mankind, whose discoveries have been used by mankind for centuries. As time passed, the Church had to agree with the truth of some time-tested statements and to recognize as untrue certain interpretations of authoritative ministers refuted by time. So, when we appeal to the authority, it's not the criteria of truth. But scientific approach is also not absolute, it's relative. In this sense, beyond relativity of the truth, the priest may be right that scientists will find an error in their proof with changed place, time, or circumstances in the application of the acquired knowledge. But even from this, religious consciousness will not become scientific, and science will not consider faith as an irrefutable proof or scientific fact. The revealed relativity of truth is typical for dialectics as a method of scientific cognition, with evidence of conclusions carried out taking into account the place, time, and circumstances in constant motion and development. Various religious research organizations consider themselves scientific. For example, Bhaktivedanta Institute, a non-profit religious research and educational institute, conducts research on the relationship between science, society, and religion. The main focus of the Institute's work and research is research on alternative paradigm necessary both in science and in religion, for the systematic study and understanding of aspects that are not subject to quantitative assessments, especially nature of life and consciousness. The Institute holds the World Congress Synthesis of Science and Religion. And no matter how close Bhaktivedanta Institute comes to scientific activity, any scientific evidence and discoveries cannot be perceived as truth by it if they do not correspond to the dogmas of Hindu scriptures, recognized by the International Society of Krishna Consciousness, whose activities are associated with Bhaktivedanta Institute. Here we see the preponderance of faith over scientific evidence, which means that we're dealing more with religious than with scientific consciousness. Does this mean that a scientist of secular science operating with scientific consciousness cannot be a religious believer, or that his beliefs must be atheistic? Not at all. Religious beliefs cannot be contraindicated to scientists. There is no antagonism in the fact that an official scientist goes to church, follows rituals, or makes pilgrimages. This reveals the imaginative side of his thinking, consideration, imagination. This is the duality that has been spoken about today, as the previous speaker talked about it. A scientist can have both scientific and religious consciousness, so to inhabit two worlds of the human mind, it is only important that he clearly sees the fundamental differences between scientific and imaginative religious types of consciousness. Intuition, which means that in science, he conducts research in accordance with scientific methodology, and in a non-scientific environment of society. In the church and in relations with people, he can follow the principles of faith, enriching his worldview by collective images, ancient legends, allegories, intuition. Faith combined with imaginative thinking and intuition acquires special significance where science is powerless, but in the future it may come to discoveries predicted by faith. Ancient legends with their images and allegories, intuitive assumptions as the potential of scientific hypotheses and options for research. Today, the speakers also showed it on the example of physics. Scientists shouldn't deprive himself of another kind of consciousness, figurative, religious, intuitive one, which expands the horizons of research for future discoveries, where the inquisitiveness of mind reveals the truth of what the registered believes, which leads to new discoveries or refutations or to developed science and innovation. Future discoveries are born in the imagination of a scientist, which are considered in the form of hypotheses before their scientific substantiation and evidence. This attitude to faith corresponds to the etymology of the word faith if we consider the first syllable ve as the beginning of the word no, and the second syllable ra as accepted in an ancient Slavs and other people ra as the light of original truth. This phrase doesn't point to the truth itself as a scientific fact, but to its light, illumination, direction to the truth, a beacon leading to knowledge. At the same time, the knowledge of Ra doesn't mean knowledge of the primordial truth, but is used in the meaning of perception, sensation, feeling, progress towards the light. This is the virtual thing we feel with our senses. Progress towards the light, its comprehension, anticipation of the unknown higher world. For example, in the old days, they used to say, try some honey or cabbage soup, try as отведай in Russian, which can be interpreted now in the literal sense. But this didn't mean no, it meant try, taste. Before a person comprehends the unknown, it cannot be described with scientific and conceptual apparatus. If scientist operates only with existing scientific instruments, he thereby cuts off from himself the possibilities of new discoveries beyond the perception of the scientific apparatus that is evolving and improving as a result of new discoveries. We discover new devices that can discover that virtual world which is not measured at the moment. Going beyond the limits of scientific consciousness, the scientist is looking for knowledge that can not only become new scientific discoveries, but also expand the conceptual apparatus of scientific research. For example, this has happened more than once with fiction, which, as is known, was eventually expressed in innovative scientific discoveries. In the historical past, science didn't know about electricity and radio waves that go beyond the perception of human organs. Those phenomena, which have become everyday for us now, could not be proved by science in the past due to the lack of devices capable of detecting them. Therefore, it would not be true to say that what science is powerless in, what is not perceived by its conceptual apparatus, cannot be measured by existing instruments, and has not been proven by it, cannot exist implicitly. Interrelation of figurative and scientific thinking is manifested in the teaching of dialectics developed by Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. The Hegelian triad, thesis, antithesis, synthesis is the scientific embodiment of religious images and allegories in the form of the Christian Trinity. The Hindu Trimurti, Sanskrit Trimurti, three faces, a triad that unites the three main deities of the Hindi pantheon: Brahma, the creator, Vishnu, the guardian, and Shiva, the destroyer, into the whole. This concept corresponds to the sacred sound Aum from the Hindu and Vedic traditions as the original mantra, the word of power. Aum is often interpreted as symbol of the divine triad of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. In the Old Slavic Vedic faith trinity, in the form of three worlds, Yav, Prav, Nav, holding the earth, according to ancient legends, are allegorically symbolized in the image of three whales. For more information about the connection between dialectics and religious teachings, see the article. In this sense, historical experience shows that religious sources based on the spiritual, moral, and ethical aspects of existence of person and society, to a certain extent historically predetermine the knowledge of the laws of the development of nature, society, and thinking, the methodology for studying social relations in various spheres of human activity. Religious sources, as well as epics, legends, myths, tales, fairy tales, are not and cannot be scientific. They do not contain scientific facts, but figuratively express the deep, sacred meaning of allegories from parables, stories, legends, conveying the greatest wisdom of human thought through meaningful images. It is the quintessence of wisdom and knowledge extracted from the historical experience and spiritual heritage of mankind. In the perception of their content, a person operates with imaginative thinking, figures. Even the simplest fairy tales about for our kids, Kolobok, Kurочка Ряба, they contain a great wisdom within themselves. What is the most important thing? The child understands the fairy tale without interpretation, unconsciously. The things that are in the fairy tales, they teach humans through the subconsciousness. These fairy tales teach us most important things in life. Allegories allow us to figuratively convey the key of principles and law of coexistence of mankind. through images taken from the daily practice of human life in order to be understandable to a person from his life experience. For example, the Bible. Many stories are taken from real life, so the person can understand those stories from his life experience. Penetration into the essence of phenomena, content of forms, understanding of cause and effect relationships, trinity of evolutionary processes, phenomena and forms, dialectical triad or Christian trinity, are not comprehended by calculations, but by the power of thought, expansion of consciousness to accommodation. Ideas transmitted not only through the forms of scientific conceptual apparatus, but also through images. The words of Jesus, "I have much more to say to you, more than you can now bear." This is New Testament call for the expansion of consciousness to accommodation, to a qualitatively new state of consciousness, conveyed in the allegorical, figurative expression, being born again. This expression is also in Ioann's Testament.
Так, я не слышу.
Вы сейчас на 29-м слайде. У вас всего 78 слайдов. Вы уже говорите 20 минут. Если мы будем идти до 78-го слайда, мы будем говорить 1,5 часа.
Да, у меня тут по страницам. Это... Так. Так, о малом и...
About the small, the insignificant and the pitiful, humanity doesn't compose legends, Rerich writes. He notes that recently the historical significance of legends and myths has been recognized. Many valuable archaeological discoveries have been based on legends. The well-known collector and researcher of folklore, Afanasyev, argued the fairy tale is not an empty fold in it, as in general in all the creations of the whole people there couldn't be, and in fact there is neither a deliberately composed lie nor a deliberate deviation from the real world. The wonder of fairy tales is the wonder of the mighty forces of nature. In this regard, Likhachev, well-known historian of the 20th century, researcher of ancient Russian literature, academician, writes that historical views most vividly reflected in the epics should be subjected to study. We shall understand when and under what circumstances the historical concept of Russian epic was created. It is by no means an accident. People actively perceived the events of their time. Its creation was dictated by historical necessity. It represented a lively response of people to the fate of their homeland. This statement fully corresponds to the relative truth of the Marxist-Leninist philosophy of materialism, according to which all ideas, including mythological ones, are a reflection of objective reality, matter, which means the background experience imprinted in the images of legends, tales, etc. In the study of historical facts and the epic, it is important that scientific and religious consciousness, knowledge and faith coexist, but are not identified and are distinguishable. Both of them are necessary for humanity in understanding of the world and the human soul, the definition of which is considered in the article, but their haphazard mixing will only lead to the loss of a clear understanding of the world, which requires the separation of faith from knowledge. Each of the types of consciousness plays its role in society and its evolution. Where science is powerless, faith leads humanity to the borders of the unknown on a moral path, proven and not refuted by time. However, without science, humanity is not able to know the world, comprehend its existence, develop intellectually and creatively. The truth, proven by science, becomes known and fully mastered by the human mind. The Theosophic is considered to be the teaching that brings science and religion together the most. One of the most tasks facing Theosophy is to reconcile all religions, sects, and nations with a common system of ethics based on internal truths. Hence, the motto of Theosophy: there is no religion higher than truth. Anyone can become a Theosophist regardless of what religion he professes or even is an atheist. With this approach, scientific research, conclusions, and evidence are not limited to religious dogmas, which is typical for scientific consciousness. Thus, Theosophy becomes closer to science than any of the religions. One of the key founders of Theosophy is Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. She didn't call the ideas set forth in her writings complete or exhaustive, but rather spoke of them as keys unlocking the doors to a deeper study. Thus, the teaching of Elena Petrovna Blavatsky reveals to scientists new hypotheses, directions of researches, and discoveries that require scientific evidence of refutation, the formation of scientific facts. In one of her most fundamental works, The Secret Doctrine, Synthesis of Science, Religion, and Philosophy, Blavatsky states, "Knowledge is above all. Everyone who has brought a piece of knowledge is already a benefactor for humanity. Everyone who has gathered sparks of knowledge will be a giver of light. Let's learn to protect every step of scientific knowledge. Neglect of science is immersion in darkness." The research, it's just a few more slides. It's going to be quick. The research started by Blavatsky was later continued by the family of Friedrich. For this purpose, Urusvati Institute was established in Kula in 1929, which launched its activities in the 30s of the 20th century. The Central Asian Expedition of 1928 played a special role in its preparation. The unique collections that were collected on the route of his expedition made it possible, without slowing down the pace of work, to join the research, introducing the methods of a new science at the Institute. Considering knowledge from different sciences as something synthetic, not divided into different areas, Friedrich reflected this idea in the structure of the Institute itself. Here you can see a few illustrations. Please have a look at them. And then we have a few more last slides here. A grandiose undertaking was conceived, the City of Knowledge, which was to become a global catalyst for the new science of cosmic thinking. The most prominent scientists of various countries collaborated with the Institute and participated in its programs. The Friedrichs established the closest interaction with scientists and cultural figures of India. Among Western scientists, employees, and advisors of Urusvati Institute are Einstein, Millikan, Broyle, President of the American Archaeological Institute, Magafin, famous traveler and researcher Sven Gedin, Professor of the Pasteur Institute in Paris, Metalnikov, Orientalist Lazinsky, Professor from Paris, Bonison, French archaeologist Merrill, and many others. Until the arrest of Vavilov, Soviet academician, he corresponded with Sviatoslav Rerich on problems of botany. In Urusvati Institute, the methods of empirical science were combined with meta-scientific ones. At the same time, the moral and ethical issues were of the most important importance. The founders were highly spiritual and moral people who carried a new cosmic worldwide. The spiritual knowledge accumulated in the Himalayas was experimentally confirmed. The problems of human co-knowledge, psychic energy, as well as the influence on human energy on scientific experiments, occupied a considerable part in the works of the Institute. All this formed different approaches to laboratory research. All these actions assumed not only the future of a new science, but also the future of the evolution of mankind, its transformation, its new forms of existence. In Tibet, scientific knowledge was mixed with religious and philosophical ideas, so monasteries have been the keepers of valuable information for centuries. The ancient knowledge was used by Rerich family in their scientific work. Please have a look at the pictures. Data that Rerich got from Asian researchers were about the inner energy of people and interaction with the environment. This kind of knowledge was unusual then and is unusual today. And unfortunately, not all plans of Rerich could come true. Unfortunately, the university was not able to function anymore. In the early 1930s, the global economic crisis began. The organizations that financed Urusvati Institute could not do it anymore. The income from the sale of paintings is not enough to maintain the entire scientific institution. Other sources of funding have been scooped up. In 1937, the war in China began, the Second World War was coming, and in 1938, the institute and all the research carried out was suspended, as they say, until better times. Several decades have passed, the world is changing. Currently, Urusvati Institute of the Rerichs is resuming its work in the Himalayas. The scientific circles of Russia and India have begun negotiations on the resumption of work of the Urusvati Institute research laboratories. The International Trust of Rerichs, as Mikhail Chiryatev said, advisor to Russian Academy of National Sciences and one of the trustees of the trust, the results concluded a corresponding cooperation agreement with the Ministry of Science and Technology of the government in India. Even though it has only worked for 10 years, the results of its activities have had a great impact on the world science. In recent years, the efforts of the International Center of Rerichs, ISR, have been carried out to put in order and approve measures for the preservation of scientific collections at the Institute. With the assistance of ISR and the International Rerich Memorial Trust, leading Russian scientists worked at Urusvati Institute and some regions of Himalaya Pradesh from 2010 to 2018. They examined the ornithological, geographical, and botanical collections of Rerichs and conducted expeditions to study the flora and fauna of these territories. Lisovsky, Zoological Museum of Lomonosov, Moscow State University, candidate of biological sciences, Shatko, main botanical garden of the Russian Academy of Sciences, and Potapova, candidate of biology and scientific secretary of the Council of Botanic Gardens of Russia, have carried out scientific processing of ornithological and botanical lectures of Urusvati Institute. In autumn 2018, continued to study the flora of Kulu and adjacent territories. An exposition of various research in the Western Himalayas is being prepared. Ahead is the solution of huge tasks for the reconstruction and development of the modern International Scientific Center of Urusvati Himalayan Research Center, the revival and extensive activities bequeathed by Rerich. Thank you for your attention.
Vladimir Anatольевич, большое спасибо за такой объем.
Vladimir Anatольevich, thank you for your presentation. There is so much information for us to understand, and we'll discuss it further during our roundtable. You have an opportunity to further talk about your information, and I'd like you to apologize because we have a strict time schedule, so we had to hurry your presentation up. But you know, it's what was important has happened now after your presentation, your great speech, and the conclusions that you derived, this cause and effect relationship, we now can understand and say that as a fact that studying the works of Elena Petrovna Blavatsky and Vladimir, dictates and a scientific approach, it needs a scientific approach. And when the scientists all over the world think about the new hypotheses, new discoveries, and they find scientific proofs that you've mentioned in your presentation, then that will, of course, happen in the future. And this approach and understanding is necessary. So thank you, Vladimir Anatольевich Chernov, for your presentation. Dear friends, right now the delegates of Congress will be congratulated by the participants of an assembly called the Picnic Quintet. Please applaud Juliana Padalko, the flutist of the Moscow Theater University, the reporter of the National Philharmonic, by the name of Vladimir Spivakov, Dmitry Andreev, the laureate of the international and national competitions, the head of the assembly, the head of the children's musical school by the name of Gleb. And now you'll hear the Paganini Sonata No. 1, flute and guitar.
Дорогие друзья, пикник
Dear
Quintet.
friends, it was a picnic quintet just for you. Thank you, Juliana Padalko and Dmitry Andreev.
Дорогие друзья, мы приглашаем.
Dear friends, now we invite our next speaker, and from South Korea, Seoul, Ung Hwang Kwang. Un Ha Kwang was born in South Korea in 1957. In 1981, he graduated from Yonsei University in Seoul, South Korea, and he became Bachelor of Science. He moved to the USA, completed his graduate studies at the University of Missouri, Columbia, and received a master's degree of science through his research in plasma astronomy and relativistic cosmology in 1985. In 1898, he received a degree in philosophy for his research in plasma physics at the physics department of the University of Missouri, Columbia. And in 1991, he began his professional career as a professor at the Korean Technological and Educational University. He continues to teach and conduct research at this university for 30 years. His research is mainly related to physics, including the theory of relativity. His interest in Theosophy is connected with cosmological points of view in Christianity and Buddhism. His research interests include plasma physics, astronomy, and astrophysics. And as the first author, he has published 60 scientific papers in international and domestic journals, and he has created 10 books. Un Ha Kwang, the PhD of philosophy, will now present his study of ontological interactions, unveiling the world soul.
Thank you for your good introduction and the good music. Thank you for your players, good music. Thank you very much. And today I'm going to talk about exploring the logical interactions unraveling the world soul. What's wrong? Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. We can hear you now. Please go on.
Oh, thank you. Maybe some problem, from South Korea to the, Russia world, there's a blocking. Someone blocked that. I don't know. I've experienced many times. To specify the mode and the site of this interaction, 3 different aspects are defined. The sensitive soul, I call SS, which is responsible for responses in living and non-living things due to their material nature, as perceived by modern physicists. The second one, the vegetative soul, VS, responsible for autonomic functions considered to be immaterial, and finally the reasoning soul, RS, the most significant one for human, which is responsible for forming a rational entity with an immaterial and incorporeal nature. Next slide, please. Can you hear me? Suddenly stop. Yeah, thank you. Interestingly, modern science supports the interactions between the material soul and the human soul, especially in the context of historical Western astrology or Eastern numerology, which considers the influence of Earth, stars, and the planets on the human soul. Any sudden change in the location of a stellar object may affect the reasoning soul of humans through repulsive or attractive interactions caused by changes in gravity or solar surface electricity. Please keep in mind the changes. Russian word is izmeniat is very important word. Izmeniat, the change. Change makes the soul. Next screen, please. In various religious and philosophical traditions, the soul is considered the spiritual essence of a person in the memories believed to transcend the physical death. Typically applied to the humans, the soul is viewed as an immaterial aspect of a living being, relating to their natural inner life and experiences, including thought, desires, passions, and dreams, without the control of the mind and heart and imaginations. The soul plays in the body. This is the historical, research about the location of the soul in the body. This is the concept of the soul is linked to the field essence resulting from repulsive or attractive interactions in gravity and electricity fields affecting molecular cells. The concept of a soul, again, concept of a soul is a change of the, change of something make the soul. It creates the interactions. And, the famous philosopher Descartes defined where is the location of the soul, like lungs, heart, and pineal gland. Next screen, please. Contemporary deathology, the widespread acceptance of death has been challenged by the progress of modern medicine and the rise of rationalist thought. This shift has brought about significant changes in attributed toward the religious judgment and the notion of the soul's independence from physical death in a relatively short period. And next screen, please. While advancements in medicine and surgical techniques have extended life expectancy, they have also given rise to a mechanistic approach that sometimes prolongs the dying process through modern technology. The focus of modern medicine has shifted from caring for the sick to treating illness as isolated entities, losing sight of the natural aspect of death. Physicians often perceive death as a negative foreign. A failure of their therapeutic efforts rather than recognizing it as an inevitable part of life. They want to prolong the extension, the life. They thought that is ethic. The death point, what is death point? Nevertheless, the soul plays a significant role in the process of death. Elizabeth Q. Ross, an American psychiatrist, identified 5 stages that people typically go through when they learn about their impending death. First, denial. Second, anger. Third, bargaining. Fourth, preparatory grief. Fifth, acceptance. Cryogenic preservation of the body has been proposed as a method to conserve the deceased in a state that could potentially benefit from future scientific advancement. The complex legal landscape has even infiltrated the intensive care unit, impacting physicians' decisions regarding treatment, withdrawal, or determining the point of death. This is a historical point of view. Next slide, please. The concept of the soul. This is my main research. This study explores the extension of the concept of the soul, encompassing both living and non-living entities, through the lens of the repulsive or attractive interaction theory. These interactions are natural forces that occur between living and non-living objects, stemming from a stimulation defense attitude prevalent in nature. An illustration of this concept can be seen in the human soul, which experienced Lamarckism, the theory of use and disuse, as influenced by Charles Darwin's work, the origin of the species. The origin of the world soul in P. Blavatsky's work, book, Secret Doctrine Commentaries, in stanza 4th, sloka 2nd, it is stated, her heart not yet opened for the one way to enter, thence to fall, as 3 into 4, into the lap of Maya. This one ray represents the anima mundi, also known as the world soul. World soul is anima mundi. Blavatsky used the anima mundi interchangeably with the alaya, as known in Northern Buddhism, the soul of the world. Alaya is the divine essence that pervades, animates, informs all existence from the smallest atom to the entire universe. Alaya, anima mundi, is the ignition of our soul from the smallest atom and the largest entire universe. the living soul. In the world soul, the anima mundi, also known as the world soul, emanates from the eternal and enigmatic universal absolute being, providing life to all living things in the realm of biological science. In contemporary biological science, life is currently understood through DNA, as depicted in the below. Illustrates the fourth stage of the embryo growth in a human egg. The important thing is the DNA is the location of the vegetative soul. This is the table about the world soul, the vegetative soul. The second soul is a location of the DNA. DNA is the location of the vegetative soul. So the human being, animals, bird, fish, COVID virus, plants all have the DNA, so they have vegetative soul. But Buddhism recognized only four. So in Buddhism, karma do not kill the living thing. So four things must be kept. No, don't kill. You can kill the virus, COVID, plants, okay, we can eat, but fishes, bird, animal, human beings not kill by the karma. If you kill these living things, you got the bad karma, it will be punished. It's different from the definition, the soul, but in Buddhism. There is one type error, life science column, the bottom plans, it must be yes, not cross. That's the typing error. And retaliation, this is important for the generation of the soul. However, it's important to recognize that nature operates on a principle of reciprocity. The harm inflicted on the soul can trigger retaliation, evident in the invasion defense dynamics characteristic of the world soul, including human society. This soul activity also influenced by the Lamarckism, as discussed further in the presentation. Lamarckism is an evolutionary theory based on the idea that physical changes, again, changes acquired by organisms during their lifetime. The brain size changes, such as the development of an organ through increased use, can be passed down to their offspring. The brain size get bigger. Figure 3, the figure below illustrates the example of Lamarckism, comparing the brain size of the monkeys, apes, and humans, which evolved from free-dwelling primates. So the brain gets bigger and bigger by the interaction by the souls. I mentioned this on previous, and again, Lamarckism, everybody knows the historical story. Lamarckism is a evolutionary theory based on the idea that physical changes required by the organism during their lifetime, such as the development of an organ through increased use, can be passed down to their offspring. The same word is repeated. Next, this is the spirit and matter. The spirit is the human spirit, is the reasoning soul. Matter makes the sensitive soul. This section demonstrates the presence of the soul in materiality using an example from physics involving generator or transformer. You know, the first, okay, in figure, we observe that when the incoming current I supplied by battery V, the first coil, stimulate second coil, by the magnetic field, it generates the DC with the clockwise direction. When switching on the magnetic field, red arrow produced by the current I invade into the second coil, invade second coil, prompting to create an induced magnetic field in the opposite direction as a defense mechanism to account and cancel out the invading magnetic field. So the red-right magnetic field comes from invading from the first coil, but the second coil by the reaction, the blue arrow, opposite direction, magnetic field creation, not energy transfer, is created. The created energy is made more stronger. It depends on the turns. So first coil turns 10, second coil turns 100, then the create magnetic field, which is the magnetic current, will be 10 times. 10 times. This is very important thing. No energy transfer. Is creation of the energy for the defense. Next screen, please. The expanding universe. One of speech. One of the speech was about the expanding universe. Thank you for that. This is the following the explosive event of the Big Bang. The universe begins its outward expansion, which continues to this day. Today, figure illustrates the present state of our universe, showcasing its expansion over the past 13.8 billion years. Expansion is a change, sudden change. It makes the sensitive souls. The first soul is the universe, Big Bang. Big Bang made the first soul, sensitive soul. So Big Bang was done by the Anima Mundi, remember? The absolute being. Big Bang is done by Anima Mundi. Anima Mundi ignifies the soul, the Big Bang. These are all same things. The second graph figure is the expansion rate. You see the arrows is get bigger and bigger arrow, bigger outward. Bigger. It means expansion. Until today it's expanding on the expansion, but we don't know. We have to watch. We maybe stop expansion or maybe contraction. If stop, there is no soul, no change of the material, no soul. That's very curious. And next one, this is my introduction. Descartes, prominent French philosopher and mathematician, made significant contributions to the understanding of brainstem death by integrating principles from physics, physiology, cosmology, and religion. Descartes deposited the body and the soul exist as ontological separate entities, yet they interact with distinct attributes. He identified the pineal gland as the site of interaction between these two entities. This is a historical story, that's all. At the bottom, the figure shows that the soul's three aspects, not three kinds. The center, the green one is a sensitive soul. The second blue one is a vegetative soul. At the center is the reasoning soul for humans. As demonstrated in figure 3, the repulsive interaction plays a role between vegetative soul, and the attractive interaction plays a role between the vegetative soul and the sensitive soul. As an example of remarxism, comparing the brain size of monkeys, apes, and humans, another figure, repulsive interaction plays a role in the sensitive soul when two material bodies, two coils, are in relative motion. Next question, please. Oh, this is the trouble. A person travel from A to B and come back from B to A. He travels on the geodesic, which is no change of the gravity. We call geodesic line. No change of gravity. Because of no change of gravity, there is no confusion in his brain. No soul arise. No interaction arise. So he will sleep very well, no problem. No problem. In this case, no soul arise. I showed this one. Next screen, please. Well, this is a very important research. In this case, a vertical travel, not on the on the geodesic, not geodesic. This is the vertical train, something like that. The full moon, supermoon goes approach and retrograde. When it approach, the change of the gravity is bigger, and retrograde, the smaller gravity. The gap of gravity, change of the gravity, it makes the soul. Interaction between sensitive moon and human on Earth. Two things interact between moon and human. Interacts makes the 30 minutes loss of the sleeping time. This is the result of the research by the scientists. So there's the brain, disorder because of this supermoon. Because it travels along the change of the gravity, change of the gravity. I calculated, next time I present it, I calculated the solar power, in this case about 3,000. And again, I calculated here, I calculated the sun's gravity changes 4 times stronger than supermoon. So zodiac influence a lot. According to this study, it is noteworthy that the modern science lends support to the interaction between material soul and the human soul as observed in historical Western astrology and Eastern Myeongnology. These fields delve into the influence of the Earth, stars, and planets on the human soul. Actually, I calculated again. The supermoon effect is 3,000 soul power, and the zodiac, the solar power, induced soul power is 4 times over that, about 13,000. So we have to very consider about the zodiac because of the effect of the powerful soul due to the sun. Actually, astrology is due to by the sun, not stars. This is my result. This is a calculation due to the science. Using science, I calculated this one. Any soul is composed of an immaterial and incorporeal essence existing within the world of change and transformation. Okay, repeat again. Thank you very much. It's too long. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Господин Хванг, огромное спасибо
Mr. Hwang, thank you so much for your speech, for making your thoughts so understandable. Thank you for your references to the sacred doctrine of H.P. Blavatsky. And this interesting connection revealed through your various sources, of course, increases the interest in further research on this topic. So, Mr. Hwang, again, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Shaburnikova Evgenia Mikhailovna, born in Borodino, Krasnoyarsk Krai. She graduated from Siberian Institute of Business Management and Psychology. She was awarded the degree of Bachelor of Economics. She has worked in the field of culture, municipal administration, management, and coordination of the activities of institutions, scientific and mythological work. To the present day, she is a project coordinator of the Foundation for the Promotion of Social Significant Educational Activities, Theosophy. Now she will give her speech.
The 7 rays is a concept that has appeared in several religions and esoteric philosophies in both Western culture and India since at least the 6th century BC. Since the end of the 19th century, the 7 rays have appeared in a modified and elaborate form in the teachings of Theosophy first presented by Elena Petrovna Blavatsky. The Theosophical concept of the 7 rays later received diverse directions and interpretations. At present, due to the multitude of information abundantly given out by certain schools, we consider that the only relevant foundation of the Theosophical concept, the basis for the systematic study, is the secret doctrine, and accordingly, all the works of H.P. Blavatsky, the Rerich family, in particular Agni Yoga. According to the secret doctrine, which sets out the system, logic, and analogy of the periods of cosmic evolution, nature, and the man, laws are given that have immutable effects at any stage of the evolution of the universe and the man. We will consider the relationship of the rays movement with 7 planes of being, 7 circles, 7 rays, 7 notes, 7 sounds, and 7 colors. In order to understand the basis for the rays movement, the trajectory of their movement, their influence, the multiplicity of properties and aspects, it's necessary to know and understand the cause of the rays. All the 7 principles are aspects of the single principle, but Even this single principle is only a temporary and periodic appearing ray of eternal and infinite flame or fire. The Secret Doctrine by H.P. Blavatsky. The initial processes of non-form formation occur in Pralaya with the beginning of Manvantara. According to the law of cycles, certain conditions are necessary for the beginning of movement or manifestation. So, first, this is the reflection of the Absolute into space, since the Absolute is devoid of differentiation, because only in the reflected space is the beginning of movement of Manvantara possible. It all starts with the unity of the three. That is, as soon as the first one appears, it must, according to the law, be combined with the opposite force, or with another energy. The first one manifests itself when the second one already exists. The first one is internal, the second one is external. Pythagoras never used the useless number 2 and finally abandoned it. The single becomes only 3 when it appears. H.P. Blavatsky describes as follows: the first ray has a branch to the right, returns to the center, creating the baseline, merges into the point, and becomes 3 that are ready to manifest. It means that the 3 ones are point. The key point. The point is the cause of motion or the ray. The point is a channel that goes into infinity. The point is the center and source of life, a symbol of the primary creative energy so concentrated that it can only be reflected by something immaterial. Symbolism of the point is an extremely compressed energy. It is extremely close to modern physical and astronomical theories about origin of the universe. Any phenomenon begins with a point. It underlies dimensions, generates a line in its development, serves as the center and support for the cross on the circle. Being itself immutable and immobile, it generates movement still. The point is the inevitable middle. The new cycle starts from the point, the primary point, the unmanifested single forming the 3, the symbol of the beginning, middle, and end, corresponds to the 3 elements of the mystical syllable Aum. A, Atma, U, Buddhi, M, Manas, that is the monad. The primary point is the symbol of the beginning, middle, and end, where 1 is the beginning, 2 is the middle, 3 is the end, 1 plus 2 plus 3 make up 6, and if we multiply them one with another, we'll get 6, 6 plus 6 makes 12, or 3 in sum. Having escaped from the central point and pierced the germ, the ray is drawn back to the starting point, and the germ develops into the second logos, a triangle inside the world egg. The triangle with the top up is Purusha, the perfect wisdom, or Jnana, or knowledge, the Jnata, one who knows, the Jnayami, the knowable. The triangle with the top down is the form, Prakriti, color, substance creating, protecting and destroying force. The point is that the 6th ray star is Jivatma, the 7th principle, Avalokiteshvara, the manifested logos, the voice. In the Secret Doctrine, we get this unmanifested logos. We find the cause or root of the troubles. You need to cut them off and consider only the current moment. It's not about the past, nor about the future. It's about the present. Or in the manifestation of movement, that is 7. The key point. The 7 rays emanate from the manifested logos. From these rays, the differentiation of the single takes place, and countless correlations and many hierarchies are there. The next basis for the movement or manifestation of the ray is the law designated in the Secret Doctrine as 3 falls into 4. As soon as the first 3 merged into the single state and the point was formed, then inevitably he must move to the 4th state of form. That is, the 3 ones of the spirit, as soon as it has merged all the 3 states into one, inevitably has a manifestation or strive for formalization into matter. Consequently, 3 falls into 4 and 7 manifests. 3 plus 4 make up 7. 7 is the symbol of the ray or the movement or shape of the first 3. The key point, the next one, is if movement begins at the beginning of evolution, then time begins. From the latent state of duration through the pulsation of pulse in space, a reference point arises. We will consider the basic structure of time, the reference point of the hour. What is an hour? Its measurement unit of time, usually considered 1/24th of the day. In the Pythagorean oath, I swear by the name of the tetrad, the four, sent down to our souls. It is the source and roots of the ever-blooming nature. The essence of the tetrad 4 reveals the decade. 10, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 make up 10, but if addition is replaced by multiplication, we get 24. 24 is 20, oh, pardon, 4 is 24. 24 is the triumph of the tetrad. 4 is everything, Pythagoras says. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 is 10, is the shortest path from the absolute 1 to the absolute 0. Number 24, according to Pythagoras, 2 and 4 are the numbers of changes. In Agni Yoga, the number 24 is given the number of Lord M. 24 is our number, magnetic consonance. 1/24 is 2 plus 4 make up 6. It's 1 and 6, so 1 plus 6 is 7. 7 is the race symbol. 1 hour is 60 minutes, so 3,600 seconds. 60 or 6 is 3,600 or 9. 9 and 6. 9 is movement of spirit into matter, materialization of the spirit, and 6 is movement of matter into spirit or spiritualized matter. 6 plus 9 is 15. 6, the symbol of Matri Padma, or heart, where ray 7 descends. That is about 6. A 6 plus 7 is 13. 13 is 4, or internal form, the point of transition from one state to another. The next key point is that the ray connecting the 3 states penetrating to the point 3 in the center opens the inner chambers or gives an impulse for transformation. That is how a person is freed from personal existence by immersing himself and becoming one with the Absolute, continues to exist in full possession of Paramartha. It is the white ray, actually. The white ray passed through the person's aura onto the screen, can color brighten those colored glasses on it, then that are in accordance with the color of the aura. According to the key point, there's the following concept. The aura of the universe, its light, is the purest because the first one is the first subtonality of light. It's perfect and incredibly beautiful in its purity. It's an unearthly beauty. There is no admixture of light reflection. There is a denser shade of color. Therefore, the aura appears white or colorless. But in this first subtonality, there is an absolutely pure first base of 7 primary colors. The aura of the universe of this period is perfect primary colors. Only then their correlation will give many shades and combinations of different basic tones of the first 7. So, the 7 main rays determined the beginning of the movement of evolution, movement of the single white ray in the single. The single movement of the ray, this connection of the mind with the heart, means stopping the disorderly flow of thinking by filling it with the luminous radiation of the heart crystal. Thought is an instrument of the mind, comprehending only the nature of which you will gain integrity. Integrity is the goal that I use indicating milestones that should be paid attention to first of all. Mahatma M. The world that teachers talk about is being created by 12, although there are many more of them. Humanity will actively use only 7. Humanity goes through 7 global periods, transforming the fabric in 7 cycles. Teachers observe transformation of matter, the smallest period of 2,126 years, when it becomes possible to open the gates for the care of people who have transformed their fabric. According to the law of analogy and identity taking the basis of the construction of the universe as a foundation, let's look at the correspondence of rays to circles, races, cycles, sound, and color. The fabric is transformed according to the time. Everything is subject to the time because the world is numbered. The 7 periods and the 7 races. The 7 races corresponds to the 7th race. Sun, orange race 1. It's psychic energy, power of life. Moon, purple race 2, is the symbol of space that goes down and touches upon us. So the second and the first races have merged together at Mahatma Buddhi. The third one is Mars, red race 3, a symbol of spirit. The third one is spiritual one, and they were the sun in Petris, who touched upon human being with a mind. The fourth one, Mercury yellow, the symbol of divine mind. That was the level of development for them. Jupiter blue race 5th, the purity of heart, the lower manners. Venus blue race 6, the symbol of mind. Saturn green race 7, the synthesis of all the 6 rays in the form of thought. At the end, the person goes away from the earth. The Theosophy says that the 7 rays are the 7 basic types of light: substance, spirit, matter, waste particles that make up the created universes. It's also believed that they convey the divine qualities. The first quality is sound. From cosmogonic treatises, sound is a vibrational filler of all created forms. Sound passes inside the spiral, but at the same time it records complete information about creation on its walls. That is, space is encoded by the vibration inherent in this world. Sound or vibration is not just a word, note, color, smell, or light. They contain the essence, that is, they concentrate the emanations of other worlds. That is the state of universe of the 3 forces in Psalm 6, when merging becomes 1 or 1, that is 6 and 1 or 7. So we get to numbers anyway. So the 3 forces of light and the 3 forces of the ray, 3 plus 3 make up 6, merge into 1, become 1 or 1, or the lonely 1, and 1 falls. So this and this fall becomes 7. The key point, that is, this fall is not a lower, denser state. This is a necessary change. Therefore, the light drops the ray. It can no longer hold it in its space, since it has become equal to it, and it drops it. And at the moment of falling, it becomes 7. It's alone, not a lonely one, since he is the whole space in this moment. It has filled it with itself. This is how the cosmos arises, which is the first manifestation of the thought, the cosmos arising from and within the boundless space. What does it mean? From is light, 3, the triple force. Inside is the ray, 3 is the triple force as well. What ray of light? What is it? The ray of light is a line along which light propagates. Such definition is in the geometric optics of the beam. The radiant energy is the course of movement of the light ray. Light is a wave phenomenon, and there is diffraction. Therefore, if the beam of light exceeds the wavelength, then it propagates in one single direction along the light ray. The light ray is the line indicating the direction of propagation of light energy. Sunlight consists of colored rays, which was established by Isaac Newton. In 1754, Newton performed an ingeniously simple experiment. He let the sunlight or white light through a small hole in the shutter in the darkened room and placed a glass prism in the path of the ray. The prism refracted the sun rays and directed them to the wall, on which a multicolored stripe appeared. Newton called this multicolored band of decomposed white light spectrum of the white lights. He called it spectrum. Invisible. The spirit concentrated energy of the ray is less refractive. Space receives the ray and refracts the one into many. In 1807, the English scientist Thomas Young made another important discovery. White light can be obtained by mixing only 3 colors of rays: red, green, and blue. It turns out that the rest of the colors of the spectrum, as well as their shades, can be obtained by mixing red, green, and blue, but no mixing of other colors can get red, green, or blue. If the light rays are limited to a certain surface in space, then we'll get light beam. Conclusions. Sources of light are bodies that emit light, and particles, atoms, molecules, ions that emit light. Consequently, at the time of the evolution of the universe, the body of space was formed, if I may say so, which became the source of light. If all visible bodies reflect light, and when light is reflected, two laws of light reflection are fulfilled. First, the incident ray, the reflected ray, and the perpendicular to the reflection surface drawn from the point of incidence of the beam lie in the same plane. Secondly, the angle of reflection is equal to the angle of incidence. Conclusions. The refracted layer lies in the same plane as the incident ray and is perpendicular to the surface drawn to the point of incidence. The angle of reflection of the light ray is equal to the angle of incidence. Light rays have the property of irreversibility. In homogeneous transparent media, light propagates rectilinearly. The key point is light and darkness on the single space become transparent homogeneous medium, which gave the basis for rectilinear propagation of light or ray line at the direction in which the light began the movement. The law of light refraction. It's the change in direction of a ray that occurs on the boundary of two media through which this ray passes, or in the same medium but with changing properties in which the wave propagation velocity is not the same. The law of light reflection, simultaneously with the reflection of waves in the interface of media, as a rule, refraction of waves occurs except in cases of complete internal reflection. So we can notice the identity of described processes of the Dian stanza and the laws of physics. The key point, at the moment of the emission of light by darkness and the fall of the ray, there was no change in the direction of the ray or light refraction, since there was no propagation of light waves and accordingly different speeds. At that moment, the speed was the same because there was no separation or boundary of the two media. There was no reflection as such, since there was a complete internal reflection and the light dropped the ray at that moment. So the ray is the thought or mind fertilizing chaos. What for? In order to manifest or take form or materialize into an acceptable form, and this form will be a man. This ray is white or perfect, we can say absolute, from which 7 prismatic rays emanate and become one with it again. The ray is revealed in connection with a triangle. So the ray descending from a local place and gives birth to number 1, then branching off to the right produces number 2, transforming the baseline and generates number 3. From it, the ray ascends again to number 1 and disappears into the realms of non-being. The key point, the triangle is the first differentiation and all its sides are drawn by the single ray. As soon as the basis of the space is formed ready to receive the ray 3/4 penetrates the virgin egg, reaches the germ 1 and 2 fuse together, which becomes the first world, the world egg 3 and becomes sevenfold. The reason for the sevenfold is the single force. What kind of force is this? The 7 rays of Oyehu are the inner force of the thought. The first 7 rays form this highest energy. This thought is the cosmos. The cosmos that sounds consonant is the 7-rayed star. Oyahu, the literal meaning of this word among Eastern occultists of the North, in spiral wind, vortex, incessant and eternal cosmic movement, or rather the forces that move it. How do the 7 rays correspond to the 7 notes and the 7 primary colors? Let's see that. Rays and notes, 7-rayed star. Sun, orange ray C, the moon, violet ray D, Mars red E, Mercury yellow F, Jupiter blue G, Venus blue A, Saturn green B. Mixing colors, let's make three main ones, like Atmo red, Budi yellow minus blue, red plus yellow mix turns orange, blue plus yellow mix turns green, blue plus red mix turns purple. The 6 colors eventually mixed with the three main ones. There is only no blue, light blue, I mean. According to the table of H.P. Blavatsky, G is light blue. Its auric shell, etheric body of thought, either light blue fire. Light blue shouldn't be mixed with any color. It's inviolable, pure mind, a man is pure heart. The thread of Antahkarana, the ring pass node, the symbol of the fifth ray, the salt of the earth, G is the sound, corresponds to the highest man as its color, light blue, belongs to the lower man as the conductor of the ray. The key point, note or sound acquires color as it sounds, becomes ray that can touch human organs of perception with its subtlest vibration. As soon as a person finds consonance that he is with psychic energy, he can adjust his feelings with the higher vibrations. He can extract divine harmony and become immortal. Through consonance of this ray, light blue Jupiter, there is more opportunity to become intelligent. That is the fulfilled task of the fifth race. The lower manas is illuminated by the higher manas through purity of thought. That is how the thread of Antahkarana is strengthened by this inviolability of the purity of the ring pass node. After all, people can achieve enlightenment only with pure consciousness, and the words spoken from the heart by the bearer of the aura of light rebirth the person who touches it. Since color is more differentiated than sound, it's only through color that we can know the true sound of each one. The single sound is the single light, and the single light of space was assimilated by the energy of the creator's impulse. The whole space of light or ocean at the dawn of Manvantara began to move. This movement means rays. The rays in their essence carried the formula of the spirit, which they transmitted with their radiant light. This great secret is transmitted at the beginning of Manvantara. Rays are like runes. They are imprints of thought, the great symbols of eternity. Only eternity can keep the secret in Akasha by erasing the record. How does it happen? The record is erased by its own movement, becoming different every moment, becoming new. It becomes new. So the key point is, runes change, fade, dissolve, and everyone has their own entrance, their own understanding, their own sound, note, letter, ray, but true one that leads on to understanding of the one. As you know, there are 16 main runes. There are 16 runes as symbol of movement of these three, with their form expressed 6 and 1 become 7, uniting all the planes of existence with these flames, fire, heat, and movement. First three begin to create their own letter or shape, imprint, rune. They fall into this state. Plus 3, this single one becomes 6 or 16 revealed in 7. Sevenfold being or the ray. The ray of light in geometric optics is line along which light energy is transferred. It means that the original light needed these lines or rays or conductors on which the information code was imprinted. Through this attraction of light along the line, energy of light is transmitted. To be able to read, see, and hear, to learn, to reveal the runes is possible only with a heart crystal composed exactly in its likeness of the formula for the movement of the primordial flame, fire, heart, heat, and movement. This nurtured crystal of sensory awareness can read the invisible, hear the unspoken, and see what is not, penetrating into the eternal essence. This is the state of the heart crystal, and its entire structure is determined by the ray. The concept of the ray of light is the cornerstone approximation of geometric optics. This definition implies that the direction of the radiant energy flow, the course of the light beam, does not depend on transverse dimensions of the light beam. Due to the fact that the light is the wave phenomenon, diffraction takes place as the result. A narrow beam of light doesn't propagate in any one direction, but has a finite angular distribution. However, in cases where the characteristic transverse dimensions of light beams are large enough compared to the wavelength, it's possible to neglect the divergence of light beam and assume that it propagates in one single direction, a long light beam. What does it mean from the point of view of the esoteric doctrine? Triangle is an abstract one, consisting of 3 points connected by rays forming beams of light. They are separate in each corner of a given triangle forming diffraction, but 3 rays continuously connecting the triangle into the single geometric element form a course. Then passing the corners of the triangle of beams of light gives a wave phenomenon that causes the beam of light to propagate not in any one direction, but a finite angular distribution fills the entire space triangle, the heart crystal. Therefore, it's not a matter of character and not the quality of consciousness, but the state of the heart crystal, and people completely different in character can walk in one ray. It's so because this ray determines the structure of each person. The key point: space has changed as the potential forces inherent in the law of evolution became to take effect. The single root was formed, which has perceived the light and turned into a cloud on the future world. These forces turned the root of immortality into the root of life. The energy of the creative impulse means the 3 forces fused together, and they have become the single source of movement or differentiation. In the universe, assimilation of energy of the impulse of the creator gave movement to the light. This movement means the creative rays. In a person, this potential creative energy will manifest itself when a person learns to fly with thought. Preservation of latent light in pralaya gives the highest logic of evolution, which is harmony for the universe. If light had not been preserved, there would have been nothing to evolve. In man, there is a monad. When the spirit crystallizes in matter or in the world of forms or in man, the man reveals his potential and accumulates intelligence. This is preservation of the monad. In order to acquire spiritual immunity, a person must become a transparent or pure conductor for the uninterrupted movement of light streams. Then transformation or multiplicity of light will illuminate every cell, and a person will become God or acquire spiritual immunity. The spirit will appear in a form that will bind into one the entire potential spiritual nature of the manifested 9. The manifestation of 9, or the movement of the one in perpetual motion, is the symbol of number 8. 18 must definitely be mentioned. There are 18 chapters in Mahabharata. The army is divided into 18 regiments. The battle lasts for 18 days, and in the name itself, number 18 is encrypted. 18 is mystically connected to Arjuna, but even Brahman manifests himself in different ways in the Logos. Krishna can be the Logos, but only a certain form of him, and this particular form is represented by number 18. Krishna was establishing a connection. He was talking about the merging of the human monad with the Logos. Logos means individuality, its connection with Parabrahman Krishna. With Parabrahman. Krishna is the 7th principle in a person. The fact that he gives his sister to marry Arjuna is the unity of principles 6 and 7. Atma Buddhi. So, according to Revelation and the Secret Doctrine by H.P.B., what can we get? Ray or the Logos. From this, it can be concluded that the human monad must fight its own battle, and only then will it enter the true path. The Logos will be able to come and help it. Intersection of rays from the past and rays from the future creates our present. Movement deeper inside erases the illusionary boundaries of being, making the world homogeneous. According to the laws of the secret doctrine, the developed spiritual body will not obey the laws of time. Transforming spiritual bodies, you interfere not only with the color characteristics of the field, but also with direction of the currents radiated by the currents behind which the power of light is. Since, for example, Chintamani tells a story not with the words but with currents, the Chintamani stone transmit the currents of accumulated knowledge. It doesn't transmit thoughts or words. Every person has God within himself as a ray emanating directly from the Absolute. Light transfers elements in the rays from one section of thin bodies to another, distributing them evenly as much as possible. Transformation is carried out by inner striving towards the new. Assimilation of new elements is the task of humanity. in this era. The energy flows coming from spiritually developed person create a smooth, beautiful partner, and a person turns into magnet. A life you spent in harmony and already is already interaction with distant worlds. Provided you are conscious, the ray is the focus for communication with distant worlds, that is individuality or monad, which by the light of its radiation can penetrate into distant worlds, which is harmony. Conclusion. The rays slide from the past into the future with man as the point of intersection of the present. This is the truth. To learn to consciously manage your life according to the laws of eternity and not to be an instrument of fate, so that one day the will of samsara stops for us and we'll see the passage to the abode of the true spirit. That is the task. This passage is carried out by the ray when 7 bodies of consciousness are connected into the single harmony of harmony and balance. Results. The ray is the conscious form of mind that can connect opposites, creating a place that brings harmony. The monad connected with the ray has an individual movement of each consciousness, and it is she who is evolving. Such the 7-fold trajectory of the rays are as the key aspect of the differentiation of the single in the systematic application of the secret doctrine. Thank you.
Дорогие друзья, подошел.
Dear friends, so this is one of the greatest moments of today.
Можем вздохнуть спокойно.
You can breathe out. We're finishing, and then we'll have a new short break. Because this is how theosophical knowledge, takes you in and can, let you go. So now we will award the winners of the poetry competition dedicated to Elena Blavatsky. In the international contest, there were over 70 poets from different countries and regions of Russia. Between them, we have laureates from even the dedications from the House of Romanov, people who have received awards from named by Karamzin, named after Klinsky. The laureates and winners of the UNESCO and Open Eurasia, participants from Kazakhstan, Israel, Uzbekistan, Ukraine, Turkey, Latvia, Belarus, London, Switzerland, South Africa, Moldova. From the Russian Federation, we have contestants from Republic of Crimea, Komi Republic, Bashkortostan, Altai, Primorsk, Tsaritsk, Lipetsk region, Kiev, Nizhny Novgorod region, Penza region, Moscow region, Tulsk, Ulyaminsk, Khanty-Mansiysk. All of these regions have participated in the competition named after Elena Blavatsky. And of course, those wonderful pieces of literature were included in the publication of 2023. So people from Lekyandrova, Chelyabinsk, Долгопрудный, Балашиха, Vladivostok, Tver, Sakin, Nizhny Novgorod, Pushkin, St. Petersburg, Zverevo, Arzamas, Sergey, Посад, Минусинск, Коммунар, Пенза, Белгород, Красногорск, Ульяновск, Домодедово, Москва, Киев, Тула, Городец, Ростов-on-Don, Ростов-Великий, Куминский, Тбилис, Никольск, Иваново, Троицк, Семеров, Кострома, Бийск, Липецк, and Междуреченск. Thank you all for participating in our contest. This year, we have so many people, taking part in this contest, and especially representatives of institutions from Nazarbayev University of Astana, Chelyabinsk Institute of Culture, Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology, Nizhny Novgorod Theological Seminary, South Ural State Institute of Arts named after Fyodor Ilyich Tchaikovsky, Altai State Humanitarian Pedagogical University, Volkov City Gymnasium, Pushkin region, St. Petersburg School, Kondo, Междуреченск, Central District Library, Nikolsk Center of Psychological, Pedagogical, Medical and Social, St. Petersburg School of Health and Individual Development, and many, many others. Of course, we don't have time to name them all even. And now I would like to congratulate all the participants who have come today to Moscow. And I would like to have Червяков Mikhail, Litwin, Theosophical Alexander, from Sergey Посад, Volkova Elena from Долгопрудный, Borodina Tatiana from Великого Дулева. Thank you for your poetry and that has been included in the new edition of Poetry 2023. We have received so many great pieces of art and we decided to import them as a special diploma. This is Borodina Tatiana, Volkova Anna, Ткач Константин, and Червяков Mikhail.
Спасибо большое. Поверните свои...
Thank you all. I'll show you diplomas to the camera.
Давайте помашем рукой. Помашем рукой. Вон там прямой эфир. Огромное спасибо участникам.
Thank you very much to all the participants in the poetry contest named after Helena Blavatsky. Thank you for participating and thank you for making such great pieces of art that you were able to get awarded with a special diploma for nominees, because we know your poetry has touched our hearts and this heart chakra that we have talked about today in length. So thank you all. And of course, we had so many pieces of art, but it was so hard to choose a winner. But today we are finally ready to tell you the name of the winner. This is Igor Morozov from Gorodets, Nizhny Novgorod region.
Подарим. Огромное спасибо. Наше почтение. Низкий поклон.
Thank you, Igor Morozov. And dear friends and delegates, now we'll have a short break between sessions.
Общую фотографию мы сделаем по окончании научного
симпозиума. And after the scientific symposium ends, we will make a comment for the. So we will restart the Congress in 20 minutes.
Дорогие друзья, собираемся, присаживаемся ближе.
Let's get together, dear friends.
Может, это знак, что мне не надо участвовать. Еще просто нужно составить. Я же у вас не буду воспитать. Можешь рядом давай. Давай.
Значит, он работает. Все микрофоны должны быть включены, а мы их сами будем выключать. Микрофоны у волонтеров. Занимаем первые ряды. Дорогие друзья, пожалуйста, двигаемся, занимаем все.
Dear friends, please move a bit closer to see the screen.
Дорогие участники,
Dear participants of the 7th International Scientific Symposium, please proceed to the hall.
дорогие друзья, у нас сегодня
Dear friends, today we are the day where we concentrate on these long-living character of time. Now we'll see the film by Oleg Martynova, Beauty is the Garment of Truth, and the author will introduce the film.
Да, значит, это, ну давайте я так тоже. Это 5 глава, это последняя.
Chapter 5, the last chapter. When I started, I thought it would be 4 chapters, but I got more material, and chapter 4 was already long enough. Now, the rest of the material fits chapter 5, but it's not finished yet. And you're going to watch what we have right now. It's more than a half of the material, 2/3. In fact, we have to finish it. We are working on it right now. So these were the last 6 years of her life. But still, it's not finished, but I believe it makes sense to show it right now because it presents new data that haven't yet been published. The data about Blavatsky, the information about her. Let's watch it right now and then discuss your questions if you have any. Thank you. Jesus was sitting on the side of the road. He was asked by the Pharisees when the kingdom of God would come. He answered them, "The kingdom of God will not come in a noticeable way, and they will not say, 'Here it is,' or 'There it is.' For the kingdom of God is within you." Do you hear the alarm? Rise up, summon your courage, and don't ask for whom is the bell ringing. It's ringing for you. You, children of the New Testament, open your eyes to see. Open your eyes, open your ears so that you can hear. Open your hearts to meet the one who is to come. For you know neither the day nor the hour. South of France, March 1884. The sun has crossed the celestial equator. Spring. A never new thrill of the flesh awakening to life. The life-giving moisture rises along the trunk of the tree to the smallest twig. The kingdom of silence, pure as the breath of God. The mysterious song of endless life. And the terrible silence of the world soul. Elena Petrovna was passing the zenith of her life. The illness slowly receded because the teacher placed an eucalyptus leaf on her heart. At the behest of the teacher, Elena Petrovna left for Paris.
В Париже на вокзале ее ожидали Мохини Чаттерджи, вернувшийся из Америки.
Mohini Chatterjee, William Judge, who had returned from America, and Colonel Olcott were waiting for her at the train station in Paris. The French press noisily welcomed the founders of the Theosophical Society. A grand reception was given in their honor at the luxurious mansion of Lady Katniss, the chairman of the Parisian Theosophical Society East and West. But Elena Petrovna, taking advantage of the offer of counters, Adama moved to her estate near Paris. She wrote to her family, I ran away from annoying friends who are hungry for phenomena that I am so sick of. And the Countess is a charming woman. She showed me the archives of the 18th century French court, kept in family caches. On the ethereal tablets of the soul's memory, Elena Petrovna read the fateful history of the French kings and her participation in the mission of Saint Germain. She met Saint Germain in the person of Countess Adhemar. Countess Adhemar is one of the few close to the royal family who managed to escape the guillotine, and she completed her long life in the Russian city of Odessa. After her death, a manuscript from long wearing turned into the parchment found on the Countess' chest. Here are the notes from this manuscript. France, 18th century, the royal court. After a long absence in Paris, Saint Germain suddenly appears. Countess Adhemar's maid, I dare to report a guest to you. Oh, a real devil, but I recognized him right away. This is Count Saint Germain. Count, your friend King Louis XV has passed away. France welcomes the new king, Louis XVI. This is a mistake. The new king will prove fatal for France. The king has not a second to lose. I am here incognito, and I will appear not earlier than in 100 years. Please introduce me to the queen. The audience with the queen took place the next day. What do you want, ma'am? I want to save the monarchy. The party of encyclopedists is rushing to power. The clergy will fall, and then the monarchy will fall. Will only the royal dynasty remain? No, it won't stay. There will be only one bloodthirsty republic, and a war with all the horrors. But it will be too late. The storm will sweep away everything in its path. Do you want to be the king? Yes, ma'am, but without the participation of his confidant Count de Maurepas. He is my enemy. It was the end of the audience. Already on the way, Saint Germain told Countess Adhemar, I'm going to leave France right away. The queen will tell his majesty. The king will tell the Count de Maurepas. The latter will sign a decree on my arrest, and the countess continues the story. 2 hours later, I was sitting in my study when the Count de Maurepas suddenly entered. Saint Germain, of course, didn't leave you an address? Of course not. But we'll find him. Our bloodhounds have a good nose. At that moment, the door opened and Saint Germain entered. Count, the king has asked for your advice. You only think about yourself. You prevented me from meeting the king, and thus you ruined the monarchy. The time I can set aside for France is limited, and it has expired. I would have told the king more, but you came between us. Terrible anarchy will engulf France. You will be remembered among those who led France to ruin. Having said this, Saint Germain went out and disappeared. Already after Blavatsky has left the earthly plane, Countess Workmeister wrote, Elena Petrovna was in the last century, as in this, the chosen agent of teachers. She lived in Paris during the time of King Louis XVI, when the first attempt was made to create a Theosophical core. But here's what Blavatsky herself said. Theosophical seed was thrown into the French soil in the last quarter of the 18th century. The messenger of the White Brotherhood of Saint Germain tried to create an organization capable of regenerating the disappearing race. The French Revolution stifled this undertaking, and the precious seed could not germinate. 100 years later, as Saint-Germain predicted, the Theosophical Society was created. Such works of Blavatsky as Isis Unmasked, The Key to Theosophy, The Secret Doctrine, given by the teachers of Moria and Kutumi, have not been known by any century in the last 2,000 years. So what? The field of good activity is wide. There are few figures. There was a rift in the London Lodge of the Theosophical Society, headed by Anna Kingsford. Teacher Moria wrote, "The spiritual impulse came from us. The undertaking depends on the loyalty and devotion of the race. Human nature is as weak in Adyar as it is in Paris and London. It is a difficult task to combine a huge amount of poor material into a strong and perfect organization. Meanwhile, Alcott appoints a meeting of the London Lodge for April 7th, 1884, to resolve the dispute between the factions, and together with Mohini leaves for London.
В адвокатских конторах отеля «Линкольн-Инн» шло собрание.
There was a meeting in London at the law offices of Lincoln Inn. The argument was simmering. Colonel Alcott tried to create a calm atmosphere, hoping that the public would come to a bad or a good agreement. At that time, a woman in black quickly entered the room and sat down on the edge of the sofa. She listened to the exchange for several minutes, and when someone referred to Blavatsky's words, she abruptly stood up. "Yeah, this is so." The assembly was confused. Everyone was talking at once. Her dramatic appearance at the most opportune moment, was the reason for the dissolution of the stormy assembly. Blavatsky had a face-to-face conversation with officials, and it was decided that Anna Kingsford would form a new group called the Hermetic Lodge. Sinet, who had the majority of supporters, became the leader of the Old London Lodge. Elena Petrovna spent more than 7 weeks in London at Francesca Arundale's house on Notting Hill, from Arundale's memoirs. While living with us, Elena Petrovna got up early at 6, 7 in the morning and wrote until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Then visitors, scientists, philosophers, writers came. Professor Myers, a member of the Society for Psychical Research, asked Blavatsky to show the phenomenon of receiving letters from Mahatmas. The answer was categorical. No one will force me to do this, unless the teacher orders me to sacrifice myself again. She wrote to Aunt Nadezhda, "I will never recover here. It is not life, but some kind of days, visits, lunches, evenings, meetings, daily. I have all the London salon, except perhaps Prime Minister Gladstone, who, according to journalists, shuns me as much as he admires me. It's just some kind of obsession. I'm sick and not in the best mood. But at such moments, I live and act only thanks to Theosophy. In mid-August 1884, Blavatsky, accompanied by Arundel, Mohini, and others, left for Germany at the invitation of the Gebhardt couple. The organizers of the Theosophical Society in Germany. His wife, Mary, played a special role in society. She studied Hebrew and Kabbalah, and she was a devoted disciple of Kabbalist Eliphas Levi. Anke Gustav Gebhardt took care of all travel expenses. Arundel records, fruit baskets, sandwiches, lemonade were brought to the salon at major stations. Elena Petrovna was in a good mood and shone with wit. The town of Elberfeld attracted Blavatsky with its silence, and she readily began to work on the sketches for the secret doctrine. But she got seriously ill. The day was drawing to a close. The red-orange sun almost touched the tops of the trees and disappeared behind the clouds. The flapping of the crow's wings extinguished the last glimmer of daylight. Cold shadows mysteriously changed reality. There was a sense of sadness and boundless loneliness. It could be eternal or transitory, but it was still spinning in the whirlpool of the universe. And in the morning, a sensation happened. Newspapers were reprinting fake letters compiled by Emma Colombi. The collapse of Kuthumi, Blavatsky's phenomena are all fake. In a letter to Synod, Blavatsky wrote, "Here I stand before you, hung with accusations of the dirtiest fraud that a half-starved medium Emma Colomb is capable of." Here I stand before you, hung with accusations, the dirtiest fraud, the half-starved medium Emma Colomb is capable of. Then she began plotting betrayal from the first day she showed up with her husband at the Bombay headquarters of the Theosophical Society. Barefoot, penniless, they almost starved to death. I sheltered them for many years, and here is the result. The fuel in my heart has been burned to the last atom, and from now on, you will not find anything but cold ashes. Her associate, Colonel Olcott, an old veteran of the American Civil War, immediately left for the battlefield in Madras. Elena Petrovna, in an interview with the newspaper Bell Mail Gazette, stated, "A hostile wind blew. I'm going to India, to the climate that almost ruined me. Even at the cost of death, I have to expose the slanderers and the compilers of forged letters." On October 31st, 1884, Elena Petrovna went to India. She was accompanied by the Cooper Oakleys and Charles Leadbeater, who joined them. India greeted them enthusiastically. At the Madras pier, Elena Petrovna was handed an appeal signed by 500 students. "You have shed streams of light on the innermost secrets of our ancient religion, and lit the fire of the already extinguished spirituality on the altars of Aryavarta. Olcott recalls, Elena Petrovna insisted on meeting with a judge and a lawyer, but I strongly opposed it. At such a critical moment, concerted action was required by the leaders of the Theosophical Society. A congress was convened. A special committee has been elected, lawyers, statesmen. Their decision was, Blavatsky should not sue slanderers, for the reality of occult phenomena cannot be proved by material means. And besides, the names of the teachers will be exposed to ridicule. In mid-January 1885, Blavatsky became seriously ill. Olcott, who had just left for Burma, had to return urgently. From Cooper Oakley's memoirs, I took care of her for 3 weeks, but she was getting worse and worse, until finally she fell into a coma. Oakley's husband went to Madras to get permission for cremation. I can't describe what happened next. At about 8 in the morning, Elena Petrovna opened her eyes and asked for breakfast. To the doctor's exclamation, Elena Petrovna replied, doctor, you don't believe in our teachers. A teacher came to me and offered me a choice to depart in peace now or to live for a few more years for the sake of writing the secret doctrine. I made my choice. I am returning to this earth to live until my tasks are completed. This moment has already sunk to eternity. The world is not given to us directly, and we are always one step behind. And we remember, we remember, we remember. Blavatsky was saying goodbye to India forever. I would like to die here, but my life does not belong to me. I'm saying goodbye. I'm saying goodbye.
Индия откликнулась на мой зов и выкладывает звездные знаки моего пути.
O Bharata, your living waters are laying out the star signs of the path for me. I accept your gift and blessing, and this image I will carry to the end of the days of my life and longer. Before leaving India, Blavatsky wrote a letter to the General Council of the Theosophical Society asking for her resignation. I know that my mission in the name of teachers has not failed, but it is entering a new phase. I bequeath to you the organization of teachers. I have lived with you all the twists of my fate. and the time of my human life is coming to an end. And I say my loving goodbye to each and every one of you. If it happens that this will be my last word, I implore you, remain faithful to society for the good of humanity, fraternally and forever yours, in life and death, Elena Petrovna Blavatsky.
В марте 1885 года
In March 1885, the French ship Tiber was sailing from India to Naples. In a letter to Senate, Blavatsky writes, I was loaded onto the steamer as an overdue cargo. I was sitting in a hospital chair, and the ship's winch was lifting me to the deck. I felt broken and unnecessary and depressed. I am afraid of an exacerbation of rheumatism and an attack of kidney disease. Even during the painful sea crossing, Elena Petrovna filled many pages to the sacred doctrine dictated by the teacher. In April 1885, the French ship Tiber entered the Bay of Naples. Exhausted by ill health and the sea voyage, Elena Petrovna needed silence. In Naples, she hired a carriage and left for the provincial town of Torre del Greco. The unhurried rural life, the pacifying nature of her soul, magically measured the space. There was a sense of peace, eternity, and loneliness. At these moments, Elena Petrovna inhaled the fragrance of life-giving power of life as a prophetic gift of hope, faith, and love.
В эти мгновения Елена Петровна вдыхала аромат животворящей
And God is still alive. Arriving in the town of Torre del Greco, Elena Petrovna rented a hotel room with a view of Vesuvius and continued working on the secret doctrine.
Прибыв в городок Торре-дель-Греко, Елена Петровна сняла номер в отеле с видом на Везувий и продолжила работу над тайной доктриной. Из космических
From cosmic distances, from ancient times, the message came. In the beginning, there was the Word, and God had the Word, and the Word was God. It was before anything began to be. This is the gate through which many souls have passed and are waiting on the other shore. Yes, that's right. She heard the teacher's voice. We call God the first emanation of the Absolute in manifestation. Spiritual light is the manifesting power of sound. They are closely linked. This is the world androgynous. The days were cold and clear. The ruins of Pompeii could be seen at the foot of Vesuvius, once a flourishing civilization with high culture and free morals, a life that was cut short in an instant.
Пятнадцатитысячный город был погребен.
The 15,000th city was buried into a 7-meter layer of hot ash.
Я рожден в небесах.
I was born in heaven, but today I'm so far from them. My thoughts are full of sadness, full of sadness. These are the words of the ancient Greek poet. And Vesuvius was still smoking outside the window. Elena Petrovna, without interrupting her work on the secret doctrine, writes an article on the instructions of the teacher, True Freedom. I think I have the right to discuss the topic. The ideal of the family is one of the foundations of the truth of civilization. The purity of the race depends on the inviolability of the union of one man and one woman, and a blow to this foundation endangers the existence of the entire race. The time is approaching, and it is already coming when the consequences of the world shift, the religious war, will fall on you. The time when the authorities will begin to advise and even insist on promiscuous relationship. I ask you, men who have wives, sisters, and daughters, what would you do if you saw the bodies of your women in the clutches of predators in human form? The band of legitimacy is turning black. The sky was overcast. Fog and coolness were creeping in from the mountains. The hotel was damp, without heating, and Elena Petrovna suffered greatly from rheumatism. I need the room to be warm and dry, even in the extreme cold. I'm going to Wurzburg tomorrow. In a letter to Senate, Blavatsky writes, I don't want to live in any of the major European cities. I like Wurzburg. One of the teachers lived not far from it. It was he who advised my teacher to send me there. Our life is a little walk, and I hope to complete all my tasks in the endless battle that lasts until the last breath. May the day be blessed when I see you again behind my samovar. Yours in Nirvana, Elena Petrovna Blavatsky.
Дорогие друзья, вы смотрели пятую часть, финальной части Олега Федоровича.
That's been the final part of the film by Mr. Martynov. That is the great film that makes you part of this special atmosphere.
Мы приветствуем всех, кто сегодня...
And now we would like to say hello to everyone who's been online with us watching this magnificent film. Probably that is a kind of a call to the future. By this joint space, expanding our mind. In order to visualize it, we probably need to have this aspiration, this desire, the psychic quality of Mr. Oleg Fedorovich Martynov. And we bow to you, Mr. Martynov. Thank you. Thank you so much for having accepted all my attempts to draw a kind of a psychological portrait of Madame Blavatsky. I probably probably it's not possible for me to tell you everything that Blavatsky was. And the next
Вот сейчас я начну делать это работа над тайной доктриной вместе с графиней Вахмейстер,
is work at the secret doctrine with Countess Bechmeister, who was living with Blavatsky for a while, who was helping her in her everyday life and in philosophy, as the Countess was also in her connection with the teacher. That and she was the testimony of the fact that Madame Blavatsky was the agent of teachers in her time and in our time as well, and that became known through the Countess. Thanks to her, this material could be kept, and now we can get to know it. The philosophical concept of the secret doctrine. I'm not going to touch upon it. It's not the task of my film. That is the task of the scientific conference. What I have is only to touch upon the moral path of Madame Blavatsky, her purity of her beliefs, and her particular gift brought from the previous lives that she developed to the highest degree. And as teacher Moore assessed her, is actually how we should look at her. This small piece is also connected to her communications to people, and her the last time she moved to London and worked on the secret doctrine is probably what you could see in the third series when Blavatsky slowed down her path. Thank you so much, Mr. Martinov. Thank you. Applause. Now, I propose you to become part of this material of the secret doctrine, to dwell onto it. Give me a second, please.
Дорогие друзья, вот сейчас у нас есть такая великая
возможность. Right now, we have this great opportunity to maintain this thought, this direction that the film has given to us to penetrate this great knowledge. Today, the International Scientific Symposium is the research of Sloka 6, Stanza 1. The 7 is the 7th International Theosophical Congress connected by the 7-ray star, its rays, its energy, and we'll do our best to bring foundations to practical application of this knowledge in life. For those who are in the hall right now, thank you for your questions that you wrote in different portals in the internet, and we got them. And of course, we'll ask these questions to the members of the research group. We all work with the secret doctrine, and we'll try to keep our team spirit in exchange of opinions and comments today, and will provide it today. Congratulations on the start of the International Scientific Symposium.
Итак, дорогие друзья,
Dear friends,
сегодня у нас 6-я шлока.
today we have the 6th sloka, stanza 1,
которая гласит так.
that is saying, the 7 sublime lords and the 7 truths ceased to exist, and the son of necessity was immersed in Paranishpada, to be outhilled, by which is and yet is no, not was. Technical issue.
Главное – это то, что перестало существовать.
The main point is what ceased to exist, and in the commentary, Madame Blavatsky is saying that it is an extremely important period before everything was there and ceased to exist. It's related to breathing.
Есть определенная система.
There is a particular system of specific revelation of abstract forms that Madame Blavatsky is using to comment the texts. They are almost impossible to understand and to translate. There is an opinion that translation by Madame Rerich, it's even not in Russian. I mean, in the concept of the Russian language in modern society, that is the internal composition of Russian language, internal Sanskrit sounds. That is the way to translate by Madame Rerich, thanks to teachers. And today we'll try to explore this translation.
Чтобы конкретно разложить.
Here is the way for concrete specific exploration of time, Manvantara and Pralaya, Brahman and Para-Brahman, Laya and Alaya, the absolute and the reflection, any notion of the secret doctrine is what we can see in the scheme of the planes of being.
Как мы понимаем, тайная доктрина, она написана образами. Проникнуть в этот образ может
The secret doctrine is written by the images, and it's only possible to penetrate to these images for the individual mind that is subtle enough. Synthesis is what can include any notion of the secret doctrine. Here is how the planes of being look like. Just a bit of symbols and geometry, but if we consider in the concept of the first movement, we can see the following. You have the out-breathing of the great breathing. These are the comments provided in the sloka. What does it mean? We know that there are the three first planes outside forms, that is the reflection of the absolute, the spirit, the first unmanifested state of the seven-ray star that hasn't been revealed in the movement of its rays. By its movement, it will give the rays when at the plane of mind and creativity, it will reveal the first seven-ray star, and that is the star that will give the first out breath. The plane of prototypes, the fourth state, according to the subtonality of the planes of being, is the state where nothing is. There is nothing here, because everything is there. That acquires the great velocity, till the point when it's not possible to measure it. That is why here everything is contained here, because there is the great velocity. The first trajectory, the first track is, if we take it as the first exhalation, then the inhalation of the universe before the start of Manvantara is the first seven-ray star. That is the inhalation. And the point between the inhalation and the exhalation is the state that Madame Blavatsky writes about. That is the very moment when there is immersion and the divine breathing stops. What is the difference between the absolute breathing and the human being and the divine being? In pralaya, life stops, we know that, and the universe breathes. There is no pulsation. There is breathing, but no pulsation. That is the difference. How can we explain it? It's so interesting. And Madame Blavatsky is saying that the pulsation and the beat of heart is between these two states of inhalation and exhalation. This pulsation corresponds to the wave of light, sound, color. It corresponds to the similar image of the human being, how the heart beats. We know that, and in history it's described that the effects that the great yogis can stop for 70 for 100 years with their breath stopped, with the outer pulsation becoming the inner pulsation. The physical body is in statics and the mind is alive because it's inner pulsation there. And this revelation in Sloka 7, the seven supreme lords stopped being, and the universe was merged in Paranishpana. That is there is inner pulsation state because there was no outer pulsation, and we'll tell you about exhalation divided into the three cycles of non-revelation. What are the three unveiled cycles? These are the three cycles. And the next three revealed cycles of the planes of being is the exhalation of the universe. Do you know what is the difference of the human body perfection and the absolute perfection, absolute universal perfection? When the universal perfection is there, there is no time, no past, no present, no future, when the cycle stops. And any cycle stops at the universal scale, at the Manvantaric scale, we can feel the emanation of universal perfection, similar to images. If we project it to the human body and all the seven bodies that correspond to the seven planes of being, the seven stanzas of Ziyan of the first volume, the seven stanzas of Ziyan of the second volume, then we understand that as any state of sensation stops, I mean pain, joy, admiration, anger, as any state of sensation stops, perfection of human body is there. There is harmony. What does it mean in the Manvantaric scale if we combine the thought, the abstract thought of stanza 1, sloka 6? It means that as the human person knows how to achieve this velocity that cannot be measured. As it happens, human gets to the level of bodies of mind purification that he can suspend any state in 1 second. We often hear that it was so good and then bad in 1 second, and the human person learns how to stop states, how the events of current time teach us to apply knowledge of the sacred doctrine without emotions, without being stopped. What can we do for that? We can do it with inner pulsation, with the inner breathing. The more the velocity is, the more we go to the inner breathing. The higher the speed is, the less movement is there, and the higher the speed is, the more finishing is there. And it means that by this way we becoming harmonious, we're becoming perfect. That is the thought I'd like to express. And as this universal breathing makes this exhalation, the universe appears, and when it inhales and it reveals, then the universe disappears. That is it, with no planes of being, with no inhalation and exhalation. The first inhalation is the spirit without form. The prototype's plane is where the dissolution happens, and at the plane of mind and creativity, these are the Dhyan, Kugani, Chuhan powers existing in Manvantara with a great cycle. They were revealed here, and we saw how humanity was evolving, and they were revealing the monad of these three. That wouldn't be revealed, and then the formation and material plane is there. These are the 7 steps of astral light. The 4th one corresponds to the 4th dimension according to the commentaries in the sacred doctrine. The 1st dimension corresponds to the plane of mind and creativity. The 6th and the 7th ones combine to the single state, the monadic basis of the unrevealed exhalation. And that is the inner impetus that cannot be seen or heard, but still is alive. And that is the that is life forever. Why with inner pulsation no breathing can be heard? Let's get back to today's realities. A human being doing sports can breathe so heavily, and we can hear how he or she breathes. Then people who can change the velocity of the body to the inner pulsation of silence. They don't breathe even at sports. At least we don't hear their breathing, whatever they do and wherever they are. We don't hear how they breathe, because the velocity has combined bodies the way that the inner impetus combines this breathing, and the life cannot be seen, and then the life cannot be heard. That is the first part we've dwelled into. And there we can see that time finishes when this finish takes place, and then perfection is there. And the faster we finish any state we are in, the more perfect we are. That is what we should learn. And this velocity of our body purification depends on. The more we purify ourselves, the higher the velocity is. I'll also mention the 3 aspects of the absolutes in this sloka. Elena Petrovna Blavatsky tells us about the fact that the absolute possesses the three aspects, as it doesn't have a foundation. Everybody knows that, of course. What are the three aspects, actually? The first one is breathing, and that's what we've just dwelled into. The second one is the abstract space that we are talking about, these inner and outer bodies. And the third one is duration. And I can speak a lot, actually, but let's try to reflect. The first three aspects of the absolute, how are they materialized and revealed here? If anyone has an opinion, please raise your hands and we'll give you the microphone. You'll tell me about the breathing. How is it manifested in this physical world? Then the abstract space and duration as they are materialized and formed. As we were talking about the 7 planes of being that are expressed here, given by Madame Blavatsky, these are the 7 stanzas, and we are in the first stanza, Sloka 6. It means that we are in the unrevealed planes. Do you get it? In this concept, breathing, abstract space, and duration. Please answer if you have an answer. Mr. Chernov, could you answer, please? What is your thought about? What do you think? Do you have anything to share? Andreev, the editor of Psychic Energy Journal, Germany. Thank you so much. The question is a bit different in order to answer your question. I'd like to answer, you need to answer my question that I'll pose now. In the Sacred Doctrine and about Pralaya and Manvantara, what exact part of the cosmos are you talking about? There is no cosmos, it's Pralaya, but then there is the cosmogony and everything is born. No, it's no birth. We're the first plane there, but the whole process, what does it describe? The universe, the galaxy, what? Stanza 1, Sloka 6, or the whole cosmogony of the Sacred Doctrine. Volume 1 is cosmogenesis. Cosmogenesis of what? What emerged there? Was it the universe? No sound, technical issue.
Первый том космогенезиса, да?
Volume 1, Cosmogenesis, is divided in 7 stanzas. 7 stanzas are what is to be revealed in the 7 bodies of the human being. That is the description of Pralaya according to the Manvantaric law, the first volume. The second volume, Anthropogenesis, is the mind of the human being with the 7 bodies that are not revealed, and they can be revealed when the person can be conscious. Description of the 7 races. The 7th race is not described. Elena Petrovna Blavatsky has not done it. And in volume 3, there was an attempt to combine volumes 1 and 2 and to give the inner concept of the whole evolution of the human consciousness. Like that, volume 1 corresponds directly to what the second volume is telling about, and what's telling to the third volume. And we can understand that it's all the human being.
If we start to think about cycles What is Manvantara? There is a cognizant person and an incognizant person, a person who, has an idea who doesn't. And today, our symposium is dedicated to the first stanza, the sixth shloka. We have a rule. We never talk about anything else that isn't discussed within this shloka. We are not discussing the other books. We are not answering other questions that are not connected to this shloka. In the commentary given by Elena Petrovna, we are talking about the three aspects of the absolute in this shloka. So my question again is, what is your opinion about how the three aspects of the absolute, how is about the breathing abstract space and duration, what is the concept, and how are they manifested in the plane of reality? Because the three unmanifested planes correspond to the unmanifested planes. By the law of correspondence, through something has to happen. How are they materialized on these planes?
Спасибо.
Thank you. So if we take this breathing cycle, at the same time, any part exists in two forms, as a wave and a particle. So this is the wave dualism. And this is the breathing cycle of Brahma. So when we enter the center, the inner space is saturated. So this is the enter, this is when the absolute. The Russian language explains that when we inhale, we unite with your soul. So this is where materialization happens. So we go from soul, we shine this light, and the creation of the universe happens this way. And in Pralaya, Pralaya is the line that I'm showing. It is the circle that I have drawn, and this is the same line. So this line is the state of Pralaya. So when you're not the particle and the wave, it's the state in between the particle and the wave, a transitionary state. And if we go back to Zen or the breathing of Brahma, all of these three phases correspond to the tail and to the going back to your consciousness. When you come back to the material world from the plane of existence, so the particle goes into a wave, and when you're in between the states, you go through Pralaya. So duration can be anything. If you take an individual, he has his own cycle, one duration. If you take the solar system, it has a different cycle. If you take an atom, he has his own separate cycle. So here we're talking about the duration of the cycle. What is this? The abstract space. The abstract space that is not seen, it's inside. This is when we are in the soul. So when we breathe in, we go in, then when exhale, we have manifested the universe. So the manifestation of the universe and its... Thank you. So let's see, what is the difference between the system when we have a thought and we apply it to the planes of existence? This is when we don't make mistakes. So what was the question? Elena Petrovna gives us three aspects of the absolute. Now we've been talking about the briefings about the material world, but this doesn't exist right now. What you've been talking about, this is not something that exists in the three aspects of the absolute that we're talking about. What is breathing of the absolute? It's the disappearance. There is no abstract space, there is no duration. My question was, how are they manifested on the physical plane of existence? You have told us about what you understand about the three aspects, but we already know what are they. We need to know how they manifest themselves. This is why the systematic approach to the secret doctrine is so important, because you won't make mistakes, you won't go from one book to another, from stanza to stanza, because you will always have a system to apply, and the system will give you the key to unfold any ideas you're interested in. So the briefing, that is the first aspect of the absolute, is manifested in the manifested world by the movement. The breathing of the absolute is not movement when it's in its unmanifested state. You know, there is such a thin difference in the understanding. This is a new idea, a really new idea. And it hasn't been voiced about it by anybody else. And we have just spoken about it. So the breathing becomes movement when it's manifested. And from this point onward, we can talk about what you've just mentioned, about how it's differentiated, about how it's formed, about the senses, the four senses, the fifth, the ethereal state of the ethereal body that has just been formed. And so the sixth seven there in their latent state, because the consciousness hasn't been yet formed, and the bodies are still impure by their form. So you understand, we can't talk about the abstract for now. We don't have the words for it. The language has been a long time ago. The language, Blavatsky tried to resume it with the help of his teachers, but now it's not being studied because the systematic approach to the secret doctrine, and I know this for sure, has not yet been applied. Nobody has ever done this. Yeah, we have the School of Theosophy in Russia, which has tried and done this for 25 years, or maybe 30. Who had this experience, who did this, who lived through this experience. So if we go back to the abstract space, the second aspect of the absolute, how is it manifested? Through what is it manifested? In the comments to the secret doctrine, it is said that it's manifested through the mother. And the mother is the matter, the form that gives impulse to the differentiation. So the mother is the plane of the prototypes. This is the Akashic matter of the rhythm of the sound. The first sound will have 3 syllables. And this sound is God. And the septenary star, which goes in this unified movement, in these 3 syllables. And duration. Now, duration is really simple, because here we are talking about pralaya, where time doesn't exist. And when duration is manifested, it's manifested in time. So this is the cosmogony, the first discovery of the 6th shloka, first stanza. The 3 aspects of the absolute. The breathing becomes movement, the abstract space becomes the mother or the mother, and duration becomes time. This is it, basically. And then Helena Petrovna goes to the next comment, and she speaks about the state of the complex time. It's about the present, past, and future. And what is real time? The secret doctrine states that this is paranishpana. And explains that paranishpana is, why is it not a complex time? Well, because this is where we have the end, and this is where we have the excellence. So in nirvana we have illusion, but in paranirvana the illusion disappears, and nirvana at this point isn't an excellence, because it's the time to make choice. And Buddha, who renounced the state, who decided to help humanity in his compassion. Jesus Christ, who had the opportunity to fly over the state and then go to the earthly plane to get rid of the seven bodies and go back. And the symbol of Christ is the ascension. And some teachers, some other teachers, of course, had known how to do this. So in Paranishpana, where is the excellence, where everything comes to an end. What's interesting, of course, what else you mentioned, we're not going to talk about the circles because we have already mentioned them before. And I think everybody knows how the four circles correspond to races and how they correspond to the planes of existence in which of the circles we live right now. Suppose you know. Now we live in the fourth circle, and humanity in the fourth circle. We are developing our lower manas. The fifth race that corresponds to the higher manas, it purifies with its light the lower manas and gives the opportunity for the fifth and sixth principle to join and get unified. And the last thing that I want to mention here, and later you can give your comments about everything that has been said. We'll answer all questions, of course. Why we're talking about the sixth shloka? In his stanza, and Shloka Elena Petrovna has mentioned many times the term, what is the sacred knowledge? So we have knowledge, of course. We have open knowledge, open thoughts. We have secret knowledge, and we have sacred knowledge. And they all have a difference, and difference is important. So what is the essence of the sacred knowledge? We have an idea. The idea is that the essence of the sacred knowledge is the informational aura, the information between the reason, the cause and effect, between A and B. But what is this field? What is this field between cause and effect? How do we get in this field? Well, you can do so by merging this point. And in this point of mergence, you can synthesize. And this is where the sacred knowledge lies, at this point. And this is the difference between the secret knowledge, between the manifested known knowledge, between everything that can be said from the sacred, the true knowledge. The sacred knowledge is the correspondence between the higher and lower manas. And what do they teach us in conclusion? They teach us the constant development of every living being, of the worlds and of atoms, and how wonderful this state is. And this state doesn't have an end and doesn't have a beginning, which you cannot imagine. So the symbol of the sacred knowledge is 8. The cross point, or the point of correspondence between these two spheres is this so-called belly button. This belly button, or the point crossing between the winds, between the inner and outside impulses. And this is when we come back to the comment at the beginning of the 6th stanza. But Elena Petrovna talks about the difference between the movement and the breathing, between space and time, between duration and movement. So the sacred knowledge compiles everything within it. This is the synthesis of all this knowledge. This is the belly button and the living wind. So in all manifested consciousness at any given moment, at any given time, we can enter the point of this excellence by merging together two opposites. And only by this synthesis you can understand the secret doctrine. And this synthesis is what opens Agni Yoga. So why do we talk about the secret doctrine than Agni Yoga? Because we believe that you cannot understand the secret doctrine without Agni Yoga. Because without it, it won't have an impulse for you, won't have life. You won't understand how this works. Agni Yoga cannot be understood without the secret doctrine. Because for you, it will just remain the beautiful, abstract fairy tale that cannot be applied to your life and yourself.
So, these two major ideas, the secret doctrine, the fundament, and the Agni Yoga as well, they are united here and give us much knowledge or the opportunity to be present in the Theatrical energy and start to create using our own will. Gods do not have will to create while humans do. Humans do have the will to create. When Monada begins to be alive, a human starts thinking and he gets his own ideas. And I would like to share them right now with you. Let us start with Vladimir Vasilyevich Yary. Monada is changing right now.
Я бы начал с того, чтобы...
I'd like to start with the following. I would like to answer your question. So what we are talking about, what kind of process? However, the creation of a planetary chain. So I think we're talking about this. Look, the planetary chain has to be correspondent by the analogy with the absolute, and the analogy is mentioned by Helena Petrovna as a warning that if we apply our intuition analogy, these two notions can reveal in ourselves what there was in Pralaya. She describes it, and we, as if we came from the moon will be the Pralaya state, entering the Manvantara state, that is the planet Earth. Life flows from the moon by the wind of Pralaya at the end of the cycle of the moon humanity. So that is described. That is why we cannot say anything about the absolute and the wise man either. We can correlate these processes to a human, and it becomes clear now we are talking about a human, but a cosmic human. And we are trying to find relations between him and the earthly human. We are always constructing analogies, and the essence of the secret doctrine is the great meditation. That is the thing. We cannot bring anything there if we perceive the existence as we usually do. However, the plane of pure mind and reflect the reality in our mind. This is how meditation works. If we enter the meditational state, we will be able to find a correspondence between the feeling of mind and paranishpana. Paranishpana, it can be felt, this feeling of knowledge. Thank you. I have two comments. Online, I see that Madam Kristina Foster is with us. Kristina Foster from the United States, metaphysics doctor. Dr. Srinivasan, please give us 1 minute, because now we would like to give the floor to Ms. Lena Foster. We are listening to you.
My question, thank you very much, madam. My question is, there are two
Dr.
questions. Number one,
Dr. Srinivasan, we would like to start with Ms. Lena Foster. Will you please give us a minute?
Okay.
Madam Ms. Lena Foster, we are giving a word for you.
Попросите, пожалуйста, Мишелину Фостер ответить или дать комментарии по этой теме. Будьте добры, пусть включит.
Michelina Foster, you may start.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hello. The analogy is holding here. The analogy of the human being the reflection of the greater human, the greater man.
А есть Мишелина на экране, Яна?
And the universe itself. The first three things that you wrote down, the breathing and the space for it. It's like a baby being born. The beat of the heart starts, but until it starts to manifest on this plane, then it doesn't start to breathe per se. In the analogy that you're giving, it's beautiful because the universe itself first has the event, as Madame Blavatsky would say, the space in which the event took place, and the observer of the event. So we have the three that always start everything. We have the pulse that comes from the absolute, of which we know nothing of what the absolute is. We have the pulse that comes from there. It becomes our breathing, our breath, our cycles, our in and out of all things. And when the cycles, like the ocean waves, crest and then go down in and go back up again, it's a cycle. And so as the crest is high, we become that we can understand it. As the crest goes down, it becomes what we call the esoteric study, which is a language that we have to grow into and a being that we have to become in order to understand what the next plane is that we're going to crest onto. As we turn our imagination and our mind from one thing to another, we breathe constantly. We aren't aware of it. And yet today I think of watching you and taking a cup of coffee, my imagination changes, but my breathing continues, just as the absolute always breathes through us. So the analogies are the key for us at this level to understand ourselves, our bodies, the universe, our solar system, and eventually we will grow to be understanding of the absolute. Thank you.
Огромное спасибо.
Thank you so much. What I got to understand is the confirmation of the fact that even in the absolute there is breathing, right? Do you understand you, Michelina? There is a kind of scaling of the inner and the outer. And thank you so much for penetrating the sacred doctrine And Mr. Srinivas is waiting quite long. Right now, we'll give you the floor.
Тебя хорошо слышно. Спасибо.
Can I proceed? Hello. Can I ask? Okay. See, I just listened to a beautiful lecture. I have noticed 2 points. One is often I have been hearing people speaking about pralaya. This pralaya happens between one Manu and another Manu, which takes around 306 lakh crores of years. So this pralaya, we are not going to see, or we are rather see in our life, or we have seen in our life. How would you rate that pralaya? In what sense? Because we are out of the 14 manvantras, we are on the 7th manvantra called Vaivasvata. So this is one point. The second point is, from this mundane earth, how the human soul can judge the unmanifest. Because you don't have, because Madam has declared that it's only unmanifest and universal consciousness. How would you judge the breathing, the inhalation and exhalation of the universal consciousness with your little, breathing in this mundane earth, which we breathe around 21,600 times per day? If that is so, is it possible to judge the unmanifest, the universal consciousness, inhalation and exhalation, which ultimately leads for pralaya, as you said? I would request you to kindly clarify these 2 points.
Владимир Васильевич, пожалуйста. Вы хотели прокомментировать?
Да. Я бы сказал, что
I would say that we do not discuss the absolute in its absolute manner, but we speak as per analogy, and Madam Blavatsky is telling us about the structure of cosmos. We can relate the human, think of a human consciousness as of a part of a cosmos, because there is will, because there are feelings in it, and other human perceptions. And if we make the analogy and think similarly, then it's all clear. Madam Blavatsky is saying that on the first page of the handbook, on the first page, there is the white circle against the black background, and that is our consciousness, our mind. If we have such mind, then we'll go from the single to the particular, to the particle. Then we'll see the pralaya, because there is pralaya between our inhalation and exhalation. We can become conscious in pralaya if we attain the conscious state of mind, awareness in these 7 globes. The earthly manvantara allows us to go to this state of pralaya and to be there as the aware particle, as power. There is such an opportunity, and it's described, but we're too slow going there. Thank you. Let's get back to our dear guest. Could you please comment on stanza 1, sloka 6? And there were several speakers already. Could you please tell a bit about what was the key point for you? Thank you. My question is that the research of Madame Blavatsky at the end of the 19th century was when stanza 1, slok 6, there is no cosmos. We don't discuss cosmos here. Cosmos will get here only from the fourth plane. Here is stanza 3, sloka 3, and we have to live to it. We do not have cosmos here. It's not revealed. Please let me say if possible. Okay, I'll start from Pralaya. Now we know that Pralaya, there is a revelation, there is disappearing, that stars get born and then they disappear, and the same goes to the same is true for the galaxies. Galaxies appear, disappear. So what is the process of birth and disappearance of Pralaya and Manvantara? What is it exactly that is mentioned in the secret doctrine? Because in the times of Blavatsky, nobody knew that. In the secret doctrine, there is even no such a word as galaxy. How did they know? What kind of cosmos mentioned by Madame Blavatsky, and is it the kind of cosmos we think of the cosmos today? That is the typical mistake of all theosophists, I think. There is the theory of Big Bang, and all scientists are talking about the whole universe appearing, or about something more specific. Actually, Madame Blavatsky has her mind beyond measurements. What she had in it, she gave in such form, in meditative form. There is its method. And this method and wisdom, how could I explain? You can get inside it, and you'll see the cosmos and the birth, and what was before the birth. It will start reflecting, then it will start emanating, and then, given birth, it will have stages, but before, there is potentiality. After that, the potentiality becomes noumenon, and then the noumenon becomes the three noumenon. All these points is what we skip, and it's only related to our mind. It's our mind that should be awakened for perception of the future cosmos. It's our cosmic state of mind. For that, we need this meditative method and wisdom. And here we should go not from the logic, but from analogy caused by intuition. That is what we should start with. That is the secrecy, the greatest secrecy, that is not what we can discuss specifically. Your question is clear, and there are the answers. There is kind of trend. You're saying that there are problems, but I have seen none yet. We haven't revealed any issue, and we have the answers. And we could answer the question of Andrei. Could you? I liked your question from the very beginning, because I was reading the stanzas. I did pause attention to that, about the universe. I don't contradict you in no way, because creative development and focus to a particular object with its different aspects helps In the stanzas, it's mentioned clearly that the universe, about the universe, that was the last vibration of eternity, was in the universe. And what we're discussing is also there, in several points about the universe. Exactly, that there are many other universes. And if we read further, then it's not like in prolai and then reveals. There is the outer impetus from the darkness, and all this integration is there. There is the impetus like the ray from the darkness. About the ray, I'm the physicist. I understand that all solid matters, pardon, not physics, in esotericism, matters contain the light of rays. So there is pre-integration, and the previous atmosphere, there is the outer impetus, and thanks to that, so there is the universe having many galaxies, the universe we know now today, right? There are so many universes, and in this part that we're talking about, there are the words that there are so many universes. Should I read out? It's no contradiction. Universe should be as the maximum. The solar system, the galaxies should also be mentioned, but by cosmos we mean everything manifested is just the matter of terminology. The matter of terminology is no problem, because Madame Blavatsky comments on that and shows that talking about universes, you should say that there is pralaya and mahapralaya, manvantara and mahamanvantara. And you'd like to know exactly, to hear the answer, the one that you wanted to hear. But please say what you mean by the galaxy. What do you mean? And what do you think Madame Blavatsky describes in stanza 1, sloka 6? Please tell us. You have 1 minute. As you rightly said, it's not possible to understand the sacred doctrine without Agni Yoga, and the Agni Yoga without the sacred doctrine. Madame Rerich was writing down Agni Yoga till 1947. After 47, Madame Rerich was taking notes from Lord Moore on her own, without her husband, and all these revelations are in the Museum of the East. The archives, they are the manuscripts by Madame Rerich. We are deciphering them now and publishing them. And from here, we started publishing all these volumes. We know that. Could you please answer the question? Here, in these volumes, the Lord is saying that in the sacred doctrine, I quote, I asked about your opinion, if possible. Please answer your own question, if possible. What kind of galaxy is it? In the first volume of the Sacred Doctrine, stanza 1, sloka 6. My opinion is not an authority. The opinion of Lord Moore is what is the authority. And now I'd like to quote him, give one phrase, and that's it. In the Sacred Doctrine of Madame Blavatsky, there is the circle of our Manvantara birth, and the Sacred Doctrine, it said, Manvantara of our sun. Not the galaxy, not the cosmoses. Who told you about the cosmos? who said that the cosmos is revealed. Right now, in the Theosophy, right now we are talking about our symposium and the thoughts expressed today in the first part, and the opinion of our foreign guests, the way they understand stanza 1, sloka 6. It's not about the whole sacred doctrine, the whole cycle, all the cycles and all the sons, all the sun bodies. Nobody yet quoted it. Everybody is sharing experience of their understanding of stanza 1, sloka 6. If you do have one, then you have 1 minute to share, and then we'll proceed to the next speaker. Actually, we have habitual thinking that we're used to. We live in Maya. It's normal. And we are fed from it, and we are taught by these illusions to penetrate more clear matters. The phrase that the Lord is saying, you quoted, is just the opinion about our solar system. But as for the sun, there is the spiritual sun. And if we think similarly, instead of planets, there will be galaxies. Instead of the sun, there will be universes. That is just a similar way of thinking, the analogy. And we don't contradict. Actually, the Lord is saying that for better understanding, because the word sun is clear for us, the sun system, solar system is clear for us. We know something. We have something to contemplate. But if he was talking about spiritual sun, then would go directly to the absolute. It would be much more complicated.
So he's saying you're living in the world of feelings and emotions, you're in a sensational state, and you can think by these categories. When you enter the state of samatha, after this, you will be able to think by higher ideas, by the spiritual ones, but this will not be a word, this will be the voice of silence within us. We will have only a feeling inside us. This is what the Lord is speaking about. Chernov Vladimir Anatolyevich, Nizhny Novgorod, Doctor of Economic Sciences. I would like to clarify some points. We got to some opposing views. We were talking about the Lord. We were mentioning different stanzas of the secret doctrine, but now we are talking about stanza 1, sloka 6. We are talking about this particular stanza. The Lord was mentioning more. However, we are only at the beginning, if I understood you correctly. Yes, thank you. Thank you for mentioning it. Will you please give the microphone to Mr. Volnov? Please express your opinion on cycles, on Manvantara, and where we are right now. You will have 2 minutes. Look, we are entering into a state when we misunderstand the secret doctrine. Science is not about the truth. That's what I was talking about last year and this year. Science changes its ideas regularly. That's how it works. But tomorrow you will understand and perceive the universe in a different way. Our task is to look at this perception, but not through the prism of science. I would like to be able to see the truth, but not the illusions that you have mentioned. Yes, thank you so much. I agree with you. If we move into science, if we delve into it in more detail, we will be misguided and we will be losing the main idea. At the beginning, one very important thing was mentioned. We have to be able to complete things quickly, to be able to start them. But questions, there is an interesting thing. I noticed a human can ask a question sometimes, but he does not need any answers because he knows the answer inside. He doesn't need any external answers. This is a limitation of our consciousness. That's how science works. There is no use in it. And our task, we are not in the 90s or early 80s. At those times, the people were trying to prove something, to find something and prove it. And the conceptuality of this knowledge has been proved. We are not proving it right now. That's not what we are trying to do. We're not trying to prove that to our colleagues. We are in the same informational field. We are not trying to prove anything. The only thing that we can do is to study this knowledge. If you have studied something, share it with the whole world, share your understanding of it. And if you ask questions and don't want to get answers, that's a different thing. That's 1980s and 1990s. We have to leave this time and enter our modern times. That's not interesting anymore, actually. It's not interesting to argue. We're interested in your creative opinions, how you understood this or that process. I would like to talk to Elena Vasilyevna. Today and in general, stanza 1, it is as subtle as the body of consciousness and race of a human. If we combine races and stanzas, we are in the first race right now. Who remembers how the first race was described in the Secret Doctrine? This very subtle and spiritual idea cannot be expressed. It's very difficult. That's how our consciousness can be sharpened to manifest it with words. So, Elena Vasilyevna, will you please share your opinion about it? Thank you for your work, for being able to express my opinion here. So I'm based on the material that I have. And when we are talking about Pralayam and Vantara, I'm thinking about Vladimir Khlebnikov, who was able to feel these ideas so deeply, so profoundly. He was thinking about these cycles, and during a break we were discussing it. He was saying that a new Kalpa started since 25 December 1917, and we were trying to figure out why this particular date was chosen as a new Kalpa. Khlebnikov created a formula of time, the formula of positive and negative events. And dear colleagues, I said that one student at the University of Management where I worked, the student was extremely interested in this formula. And for positive events, he took the victory in the Second World War. And using his formula, he made calculations. And for a negative event, he had Belgrade bombing. Means that time does have cycles, does exist in cycles that haven't yet been manifested. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Do you have a comment? Oh, yes. Vladimir Anatolovich. I have heard your opinion, and I would like to express mine. So, we are talking about the absolute. Blavatsky said that it cannot be expressed in any idea. We can just feel it, perceive it. And she said that the best characteristics of the absolute is its movement. Vladimir Ilyich Lenin said that motion, the absence of motion is relative. And what is the energy of movement? This is the world exists in oppositions, in extremes, and their battle, their fighting leads to movement. Since school, we know that if we take two leaves, a white leaf and a black leaf, these are opposites. This is a contradiction. The black one, it receives the light of the sun, and vice versa. Blavatsky says that certain dark forces, they lead to the evolution, but these are contradictions. The good and the bad, they exist because of each other, and this opposition leads us to evolving. Moving is eternal. Inhaling and exhaling is a certain opposition as well. Manvantara and Pralaya, these are two extremes, two opposing things. They change each other, and such an opposition leads to a new synthesis, to a new creation, to a new process, and then to shaping in the world of forms. Thank you. Yes, it was mentioned in the secret doctrine. Thank you for your comment. There was an idea mentioned in your idea in this direction that Kalpa was in 1917 as it was calculated. We cannot define them in an exact number, actually. We never can, because the law of relativity, it is still there in the form of Maya and the Great Illusion. So that is another illusion, but there is a certain time for a certain individual, and 1917 was for that individual. For him, a new Manvantara or Pralaya can occur. So an individual can react to this. So the epoch of the Aquarius could be noticed by one individual and not by another. So this is all relative. And humanity cannot know the exact dates. So let us return to the text of Dzyan. The seven sublime lords and the seven truths had ceased to be, and the universe, the son of necessity, was immersed in Paranishpana. One moment. The seven sublime lords and the seven truths had ceased to be, and the universe, the son of necessity, was immersed in Paranishpana to be outbreathed by that which is, and yet is not, not was. Could you please tell us how you understand this? I wanted to ask Victoria Vladimirovna Kravchenko, twice Doctor of Philosophical Sciences, a person who has published many works dedicated to Helena Blavatsky. She definitely studied The Secret Doctrine, Stanza 1, Sloka 6. How do you understand this text? So I will not be commenting the text itself. I will say the following. In my presentation, I said that the method of receiving information about Helena Petrovna was unique. She expressed her ideas the way she could do it in the state she was in. Is this text the ultimate truth? So that's a question that remains a question. As a philosopher, I'm posing this question to you, to all of you. No, my answer is no, certainly no. You're a psychologist, and you understand that each person perceives the world differently, but we shouldn't generalize. So imagine we are now in the opportunity to discuss it and to study it. So this is a great gift. This is the source of our development. So no, not a dogma, but a discussion. And if a person has an opinion, certainly a person can express it. We can discuss it, but this is just an opinion. It was discussed in detail in the Russian philosophical works at the beginning of the century. So what is my opinion? I can take the conception of Vladimir Solovyov, and he was the first in the Russian philosophy to support Helena Blavatsky, that was actually excluded from the intellectual circles. So Vladimir Sergeyevich had his own idea of the absolute, and it was based on the study of Kabbalists. So, as a host of this symposium, I would like to say that today we are discussing Stanza 1, Sloka 6. I am talking about Helena Blavatsky. Solovyov, Ivanov, these are different people. We would like to know your opinion. So I personally wrote a great work on Solovyov and how he understands the secret doctrine. I am a scientist and a philosopher. That's why I'm mentioning their names. We know there can be empty talks, and this talk can be endless, and that's horrible when each person thinks that his or her opinion is ultimate truth and the only possible opinion. We as scientists, we of course are based on certain authorities, on references, on the works of other people, of other scientists. Still, could you please express your opinion on Stanza 1, Sloka 6? The seven sublime words and the seven truths that cease to be, and so on. As in Kabbalah studies, absolute became dual, and one part ceased to exist, and in Kabbalah studies it's called Simtsu. Thank you. Thank you for your comment. we finally were able to hear it. Thank you. Hersonov Alexander Ivanovich, you wanted to comment this stanza 1, sloka 6. Unfortunately, I can't say anything concrete about the topic that we are discussing because I'm not an expert in it. But I would like to say one thing. When we were discussing inhaling and exhaling and the highest level, I got this insight, so to speak. I studied the history of Russia and its cycles, and everything there is also based on its inhaling and exhaling. And I think it's interesting because the universe is breathing, and a state since the time of its birth, ancient Russia, it is also breathing, inhaling and exhaling. The cycle of inhaling and exhaling is 144 years. There are 12 cycles in general. We're at the end of the 12th cycle by 2025, and then a new cycle will emerge. And I thought that it would be an interesting idea that inhaling and exhaling can also be associated with the history of certain states, countries. So the 20th century, for example, 1881, it was the time of inhaling. There was an attempt of murder of the Tsar, and 144 years later, we are almost in our modern times, a time where a new cycle and moreover a new stage of development is taking place. So 12 times 144, you can calculate it. I think it's an interesting idea in connection to what we are discussing here right now. It is an interesting idea, and it led me to the following thoughts. Manvantara and Pralaya, decay and evolvement change each other. Kali Yuga and Satya Yuga, these notions should be mentioned. Kali Yuga is Pralaya and Satya Yuga is development and renaissance. We are in Kali Yuga. I cannot say whether we are in the stage of inhaling or exhaling. So either Pralaya or Manvantara will be inhaling or exhaling. So anyway, Kali Yuga is at its end, and we are moving on to Satya Yuga. The world is changing. Russia is experiencing major changes, and the whole universe, its development is based on it. The notions of inhaling and exhaling are the basis of the evolution for many centuries and millions of years. It is the basis of development and cycles, decaying and renaissance that change each other periodically. Thank you. I would like to draw your attention to the following. When we are discussing inhaling and exhaling, there existed and there exists a kind of yoga called Raja Yoga that discusses mental breath, mental breathing. So mental breathing gives birth to a creator, and this creator can be Pralaya and Manvantara, but he is the creator, and at the beginning of Pralaya, he gets a certain... I idea of a future universe and future planets and so on. The spirit of each planet is primarily was thinking in pralaya and had to realize that idea. So what is theosophy about? What is its call to scientists? Basically, to enrich and spiritualize their intellect. Intellect has a certain position, a certain pose. Spiritualized intellect is a kind of intellect that exists in the hierarchy of light. And when it enters this hierarchy, it becomes spiritualized. Intellect or personality becomes spiritualized, and each time a multitude of these expressions, they lead us to the feeling of knowledge. And such a person with a philosophical kind of thinking, with a philosophical state of mind, it is a very subtle fire. It exists in a different dimension. He is observing. And imaginary thinking is totally different from intellectual thinking that we find in scientists, because scientists press on the intellect, we may say. Science and religion were always in conflict. You know, there was always some kind of opposition between them. But theosophy as a science, it unites, it recreates and enriches intellect. That's the idea, and there are no contradictions here, just facts and the law. Why do we need to understand the law? The law of cause and effect. It enables us to leave the circle of samsara, to leave this illusion, and to enter the world of cause. This cause has pre-cause, and the pre-cause has causeless cause. They are all connected with our spirit, and spiritualized intellect is what? It's logic. This logic should be based on analogies. And analogy can be expressed in logic by a person who has come to some synthesis. And synthesis is never in contradiction. It embraces everything. Thus, we know that a person or a yoga practitioner becomes the law and corresponds to the law of the universe. We should reach this level, actually. Thank you. We have heard different opinions. Inhaling and exhaling, these are cycles, and each of the speakers was talking about a certain cycle. Elena Vasilyevna was talking about her own cycle, Mr. Chernov about his own cycle. Our guests were all mentioning and talking about their own cycles. And I would like to give the floor to Kolganov Sergey Vitalyevich, candidate of Philosophical Sciences, Moscow Aviation Institute. I fully support Vladimir Vasilyevich. We all should enter a different state of mind to address this problem once and for all. Ilya Nikolaevich said that this problem cannot be solved by science. Science is not able to do that. I will try to address this problem not from the side of science, but from the side of philosophy. Paranirvana, causeless cause, the great breathing. These are notions difficult to explain, but there is a work by a work named Kybalion. There were three wise men who say that there are no words to explain this. However, if we try to think of macrocosmos and macrocosm and microcosm, scientists from Moscow State University, they are studying Tugdam. Certain Tibetans, after death, they do not decay. Their body stays the same for decades. Even their skin stays the same. And when they get the results of this study, I think they will be able to express their ideas. When, again, scientists from Moscow State University, when they finish this study, they will be able to explain the essence of the great breathing and the application of macrocosm to human. I haven't studied in details. If we look at the material taught during our course of philosophy, I would like to comment on Blavatsky's writings from the point of view of Hegel. He says that there was the world spirit. It developed in the nature of pure thinking, and in pure thinking, we see the first logos. And then the world spirit wanted to know its inner side. It created space and started to divide the content, to materialize it, and it led to the creation of nature. And now we see stoned spirits in the form of stone. People who study esoterics so understand that it has no relation to it, but we may mention another philosopher that was closer to esoterics. It was Leibniz. Leibniz says that in space, differentiation occurs. And what is differentiation? It is the manifestation of different atoms. But these atoms do not belong to material science. These atoms are spiritual. These are belong to monads. Each monad is pregnant with what? With its future. Monads exist at the same time, and past, present, and future, they exist simultaneously as one, and these all are different universes that exist together. That's my idea. Thank you so much.
Коллеги, я хотел бы вот такую параллель сейчас провести, предложить к этой шлоке.
Yeah, I would like to draw a parallel, maybe in innovated comments. So, in Blavatsky's works, we found this comment, which is connected to differentiating the esoterical material and comes to the number 7. So she says that when we talk about the 7, this is an exoteric layer, and the other comes to the number 8. So when we talk about this shloka, this is the number 8. 7 is number 7, the 7 sublime lords, and the son of necessity. So 7 plus 1, the son, is 8. So this is the thought I wanted you to think about. So we have been talking about the sacred knowledge, about 8 as a number, and in the shloka, Helena Petrovna talks about the sacred knowledge and the 8 that you've mentioned. So the universe, or the sun, or the will that will give this movement, and this which will show the end of the sun, the end of the universe. They all have within them the impulse of breathing, the impulse of the sacred knowledge. So the monad hasn't even been assembled. It will assemble itself only in the third shloka, first stanza. So do you imagine in what kind of state we should enter to understand how Atma is being conceived right now? Because monad doesn't exist at this point. So the high energy, the high harmony that is needed to do so is inconceivable. So you understand that there is so much information. We have so much information that it's hard to find the point that we really need right now. And only one word, the word 7, if you've monitored. This is just one word that he has been able to pierce through. And we can talk about the word 7 for 2 hours because this is so interesting to go deep into this topic. But we shouldn't concentrate our attention on the multiple ideas, multiple points. And how Buddha, he decided whether to take a disciple into his school or no. He put an object before his disciple and asked him to describe it with one word. So try to describe it with one word or with 1,000 words. So this is the great synthesis. And for 2 hours we've been discussing many things besides the shloka that we're discussing right now, because it's hard to pierce through the topic, the concrete topic, to one single point. To do so, you need to have such a strong impulse, such strong drive for the truth, that you can go from the point of the multiple points and go to one. And now, if you allow me, I want to ask our guests how they are doing, what they have understood so far, what they think about our symposium. We have a special guest from Turkey, Istanbul, Ardem Kurchay. And I know that he doesn't speak Russian. And I don't know how he's understanding the Russian text, because in the audience we didn't have interpretation. Hello, Evgenia. I just came here to listen to Russian philosophers and to meet them in real life.
Можете тогда спросить, что вы
So, what did you understand? What did you hear within 2 hours about the great stanza?
Yes. Generally, I know the subject, but I listened. I read in Turkish and I listened in English. So I cannot use these words in daily life. I am trying to which Russian word is which English word. I am trying to understand and taking notes. Did you understand what I am trying to say?
Скажите, вам было интересно?
So was it interesting for you to be with us for these 2 hours? Okay, thank you so much. Let me hug you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for arriving to Moscow. And thank you for being here with us today. So do you know the difference between the Theosophical language and all other languages? that you can understand each other without an interpreter. And this is the genius of the terminology given to us by Blavatsky. And if we speak the philosophical language, we don't need an interpreter because we understand each other. Because we have lived through all of these ideas and concepts, and we can give them an impulse with our life force. And this is why the life idea is really important. The last year, I forbade people from citing even Helena Petrovna and the Rurek family, because this is a dead thought. So this is its line that unites two opposing forces. Even, we all have a deep understanding and deep evaluation of Blavatsky and the Rurek family, and yet we don't want to cite them because we need to have live in our discussion to gain a new understanding of the terminology they gave us, so that they continue to emanate light, so we can communicate with each other, with our enlivened thoughts. This is more interesting, I think, than citations, because citations, they are dead. Even though they were given to us by great people, and only when an idea pierces through your consciousness, only then can you give it in your own words. And this is the scientific approach, the scientific method of knowing your own consciousness. And then, by knowing your mind, you can know the Agni Yoga and the secret doctrine. There is no difference then. You don't ask questions, but in the material of or even of a single shlok, of a single stanza, given on the 3 or 4 pages, we can spend the whole life and multiple reincarnations to study it and to discover new things. Every day, every year, no matter how many years it takes for you to reincarnate, you will be able to find new things in this shloka. And this is the genius of the eternal knowledge that does no limits. And the person who gave this information to us was Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, the first in the world. The teachers were materialized just for her. You know how the teachers are materialized? By the teachers manifested, because Blavatsky, with her purified mind, was able to materialize her teacher. Do you understand the greatness of the soul that is capable to do so? So there is no need to discuss. We need to do the same. You need to use your own thought, your own creative power. And this is the true brotherhood. Genuine. And you don't need to test each other. It's just about the galaxy, about the cosmos. No. You need to be genuine in your decision to share your thoughts. So this is why I'm against citations. To be able to share your own ideas is really important. So thank you so much for proving my point. Without even knowing the Russian language, you have conveyed the true conception of the shloka that we're discussing. And this is it. And this is a genius understanding, because the heart, in its genius and its ingenuity, allows us to share the light within us. If anybody has any other thoughts or comments to share, you have 1 minute, and then we'll finish the round table and the seminar with the general concept of the shloka. So if we are talking about the breathing, the exhaling and inhaling, the absolute that directs this breathing, so of course, to be considered strange, you need to understand that inhaling, exhaling is just an allegory. This is all but a cycle. Now one wave comes, one wave ends. So inhaling and exhaling. So inhaling is just when the universe expands, and exhaling when the universe starts to deteriorate and degrade. And all these cycles, they change. And that's why here, right now, we can apply this to the human evolution, for example. Now, if we talk about Kali Yuga, we are at the point of pralaya, of exhaling, of an end, because Yuga is a deep energy. It has to be changed by Satya Yuga, the light energy. So what is happening right now is the beginning of Satya Yuga. And the Armageddon that we're seeing right now, this combat, this is all but the beginning of the new cycle. And if we talk about the Blavatsky as the great truth, I think we can give birth to a new religion. Blavatsky said that there is no religion higher than the truth. So we don't have to take it for granted. We need to make efforts to discuss, to understand, and to put her ideas through our own mind. And I've read Berdiaev, other philosophers, they have great ideas as well. But there are thoughts that are contradictory to my understanding. When I read Agni Yoga, I agreed with it completely. And the secret doctrine I've read much later. But I've read the Bible before the Agni Yoga. And so reading the Agni Yoga after the Bible for me was just great. I understood everything. And we are studying the secret doctrine in our School of Theosophy. We have a unique approach. Nobody else has anything like that. We are studying the secret doctrine and Agni Yoga at the same time. From the calling, we're expanding our terminology, and we're applying all of this knowledge to an individual. So thank you very much for sharing your idea with us. Let's come back to the hardest point, is limiting the terminology of the shloka. If we talk about the abstract and we apply it to the planes of existence, right now you can see that in this point is a reflection of the absolute. 3 planes of the soul that are unmanifested: the monads, the triunity, in the triangle, this is the culture, or the reference to the light, or the higher mind. Here, this is the crucifixion of this light, of each consciousness that brings about its own idea, the first manifestation. So, the planes of existence that you see right now, and how they are higher, put into a hierarchy. Initiative is being born on the planes of existence. A person is being born. Here the human is being born, is manifested. Here his evolution begins, and then the differentiation takes place on this plane of existence. And here is where initiative is found, initiative and understanding, on the plane of creativity and knowledge. So understanding is revealed only when the septenary light and his ray touches us, 7 and 8, and within it is 10. So this one whole ray, 10, is the 7 manifestations and 3 unmanifested. So this is the esoteric inner state of the ray. And where does coordination happen? The coordination, so a person has choice. You have the choice to differentiate good and evil, light and darkness, understanding and ignorance. There are 2 triangles, good and evil, soul and matter, and coordination, or the inversions between the soul and mind. And this is where it happens. The physical plane of reality is the densest physical realm. This is where we have the soul. cross from which the ascension happens. And what is the conclusion? We came from the general to particular, now from particular to general. And by following orders given us by the teachers of Agni Yoga, each word, each page has an order given to us to purify our minds. And at first we need to identify them. Identification is the first thing that identifies the cognizant person from the person who hasn't yet this opportunity. And the creative person or the creative plane gains an understanding. And then the initiative on the plane of prototypes, the highest nirvana plane, the akasha, is the sound. It can be reflected in the actions. So initiative and action. This is the sympathesis that happens here. So the systematic approach to the planes of existence helps us to have an order. But we know the cosmos, the galaxy, Pralaya Manvantara, where we are headed Satya Yuga, Kali Yuga. And there was a recent discovery that Kali Yuga has different stages. And in Satya Yuga there are Kali Yugas as well. So this is just a state of mind. If you are at the point of joy and bliss, this is Satya Yuga. If you are feeling the opposing feelings, you are in Kali Yuga. So today's stanza calls for us to stay in Satya Yuga, in the light, and to be one. And then this goal of the human evolution, to be able to think, to tie and to become the septenary, the ideal septenary, when the great cycle ends. The great cycle of evolution, of course. Only then the great end will come about. And the seven sublime lords and the seven truths will cease to exist. And the universe, the sun of necessity, will be immersed in pranishpada, to be exhaled by what is, and the same what is not. And in the meantime, there was nothing. Thank you.
Огромное спасибо за работу, за каждое...
Thank you so much for your work, for every opinion and every word expressed today, pronounced today to the world. And that's great, as this knowledge, because in our hearts resonates, it makes us say something. It means that this knowledge is really relevant for each start and finish of the cycle. Why is that there are no finish? Because at the finish, the new cycle starts, and that is the evolution of evolution itself. And all the speakers and participants being online directly in the International Research Seminar, The Secret Doctrine. I hope that you get new thoughts concerning stanza 1, sloka 6. And that is the state of mind for each of you. And that is the state of mind of your will, of your cycle, of your thought. That is the inner point of stanza 1, sloka 6. Thank you so much. Here is the opening of the International Research Center, named after Madame Blavatsky, gathering all the scientific impetuses given development in the future. Hope that the fact that today we've been concentrating, and tomorrow especially in the 7th International Theosophical Congress, give every area of science a different understanding and acceptance of the spiritualized mind mentioned by Mr. Yar and Mr. Kolganov. Today, Mr. Volnov pronounced the poetic speech. Mr. Chernov mentioned the cycles, and Madam Victoria also made a point at what Madam Blavatsky was saying. At the 18th century, Andreev made us work in a particular direction so that our mind stops moving. Mr. Yari gave us the heat of heart. Madam Elena Vasilyevna pronounced an abstract creative thought having heat. Thank you, Mr. Alexander, for this note of inhalation and exhalation and for combining the thought. Thank you and congratulations from the nominee of the special diploma of the international musical competition named after Madam Blavatsky, the small girl having this prize, Hope, Daria Pisova, Simferopol.
Огромное спасибо.
Thank you so much. The prize Hope is acquired by the creative thought of the child, 10 years old, taking part in the international competition named after Madame Blavatsky. That is exactly the response to the point whether it's relevant and not to the question of how long we should be in these energies. The great fundamental book, The Secret Doctrine, is given for the third millennium. Let's try for the whole third millennium, at least try to start studying this great teaching and be in this energy. Dear friends, thank you so much for being with us. Thank you, Madam Michelina Foster, the USA. Thank you so much, Dr. Shorineva-san, India. Thank you so much, Dr. Huang, Seoul, South Korea. Thank you so much for being with us and for turning the space of knowledge, beauty, and truth waiting for you tomorrow at the top day, the finishing day of the Congress, where the round table of the 7 speakers, the 7 round tables of the 7 direction will start tomorrow for you.